this team.
So let's get this thing started.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
As they just said, let's get it started. Day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Your coverage here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is off and running. I'm Billy Schmid, alongside the voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee. Green Bay with 5 picks here today and opportunities galore to enhance their squad on day number 3. And Wayne, they always say the Scouts Day. We've been mentioning it through the first 2 days of this draft. Every day is a Scouts Day when the grades vary this much. Rain in Pittsburgh, but the picks are going to be flying here pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely, Billy. And this is, generally where you can really build your football team. I think it's even harder this year to do that because of the talent we talked about last night when we were on the air. For those who weren't with us, we're starting to feel the impact of the COVID years and NIL. And what does that all mean? Well, the COVID years mean that players stayed longer in college, had more eligibility, and they're coming out a little bit older. A lot of the athletes you're going to hear drafted today are in their maybe 23, 24. Some might even be 25 years old. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is this: not as many early entries into the NFL draft as we've seen in the past. Why? Well, because the NIL and the portal, all that stuff, their kids are making money on the college level. So if you're projected to be, I don't know, late 3rd, 4th, even 5th round draft choice, why would you come out?
Yeah,
because you could probably make more by staying in another year in college, and maybe, if you're fortunate enough, improve your draft lot the following year.
Wayne, there never has been a time in the NFL's lifespan where people were suing to stay in college football. They're generally suing to get out of college football and go to the NFL Maurice Clarett style. Instead, you saw quarterback Trinidad Chambliss, who would have probably been gone by now in this class, or would have been a headliner here today. He went to multiple different court systems to try to keep himself in college football. It just showcases the different world that we're in. Green Bay with 1 4th rounder, 1 5th rounder, 1 6th, and a pair of 7th. They did ship off a 5th round draft choice yesterday, 160th overall, to move up to grab Chris McClellan, defensive tackle from Missouri. They did recoup one of those 5th round picks in that trade for Dontavian Wicks with the Philadelphia Eagles. So, Wayne, last night, Brian Gutekunst mentioned it as he closed out the proceedings up at 12:65, mentioning he'd be fine if they had a 7-player draft class going into the offseason. Where do you stand on that? Because I feel like, generally speaking, they're always in the terms of let's get 9 to 10 picks. For a team with this many opportunities in the depth fashion, I was a little bit surprised to hear him say it that way.
And I think they had, 8 last year maybe? Was it 8 last year?
Like 8 or 9 last year. And then a big class in 23, nearly 11 or 12 players too.
Exactly. I think that's fine right now, Billy. Again, they've been the youngest team in the league for the last 3 years. And that's, as Dennis Krause shouted at me one time, well, that's my choice. And I guess it is. Yeah, I know. But the fact is now it's time for these players, these young players, to mature into real pros and, experienced pros. And I think that's what they're looking at. The roster going into the draft had 74 names on it. Now they can go up to 90 going into training camp. So you take 74, you add 7 draft picks, you're at 81, you add 9 undrafted college free agents that you'll pick up on Sunday. Boom, you're right there. So I don't think in this case for the Packers, it hurts to have a smaller draft class. I don't think that's a factor.
Especially when you're able to add impact players and you feel like you've grabbed enough guys who can make a difference for you and play somewhat right away. It appears Chris McClellan is one of those guys that's absolutely going to have a chance to fight for some opportunities off the jump. And Brandon Cisse is the first pick of the 2026 draft for Green Bay at 52 overall. Might be a 20-year-old corner right now, turns 21 in July. But Wayne, with the amount of opportunity that they have right there at the cornerback room, you got to anticipate Cisse is going to have a chance to be a productive player for them early and often.
Yeah. And I see the same role for McClellan, too, the defensive tackle. But let's start with the cornerback, as you did. And he was the Packers' first draft choice this year. The thing you got to like about him is his versatility. And listening to Milt Hendrickson, one of the right-hand lieutenants for Brian Gutekunst, and then Brian later on last night, they like his versatility. You know what I mean? I think that's a common thread. They love versatility on the offensive line. They like versatility at almost every position. And this kid can play inside, outside. They feel like he can play press coverage or zone. So, this is a prospect. He's only 20 years old, as you mentioned. One of the knocks on him is he needs to improve his route recognition. I think that's something you can coach. Okay,
yeah, totally.
You could coach that. But they like his instincts. They like his athletic ability. They like his speed. I think this is a kid you can really work with. He's just a shade under 6 feet tall. But the long arms, Bill, that's the thing that people forget about with a cornerback. How long are the arms? Because what are you deflecting passes with?
Right.
Your arms.
Correct.
That's the big thing. So I really like that prospect. He gives them the kind of versatility. I think he'll be in line to start. I think he'll be given every chance to start at training camp. Okay. He'll be given every chance. He and Carrington Valentine will be involved. I think Keyshawn Nixon is pretty much going to be a starter. Is he a number one guy or is not? Well, that doesn't matter. He's going to start. The other cornerback spot is what you're looking at. Benjamin St. Juste is probably going to be, I would imagine, your nickel, your slot cover corner. He has good experience, comes off a pretty good year. He'll see more action this year than he did last year with the Chargers in Los Angeles. But nonetheless, I think in that regard, they've got some real competition there. Wouldn't surprise me to see them take another cornerback. However, Billy, I think in this day 3, they're probably saying, hey, we got to get a couple of offensive linemen to develop here.
Yeah, I would assume that is going to be a spot where they're targeting and still almost catching up. We mentioned some drafts of previous years, and one of the first years you and I were doing this, Wayne, was the 2023 draft, and one of the largest classes that they had, and they did not take a single offensive lineman, and they've now taken multiple in back-to-back years, trying to maybe catch up after that. And I do anticipate them going there, maybe in the interior opportunity, still at center. Sean Ryan played very well at the end of last year, taking over that spot, did get signed to a really modest contract. And you're looking at $11 million for a starting offensive lineman in the NFL. You're going to make good with guys like that. But I do believe some competition there would be a possibility. And the other one, Wayne, going into the weekend, defensively, you would see corner, defensive tackle, big issues and definite spots to fill. I still don't fully know who's the third edge rusher on this team. And it's a position that has been really taken after and really picked over so far. A couple of guys I don't know people anticipated still being available here late would be Dennis Sutton from Penn State. He's going to go, I would assume, really early. And then you keep scrolling down and LT Overton, like the 17th or 18th best edge rusher, is the next one you're looking at. There's not a ton of opportunity to improve in that position. So if you find one and identify it, that might be a spot where you're going to see somebody get aggressive, I think, here early today.
And this is, and Goody mentioned it last night. On day 3, he likes to move around. So I don't think he'll trade any of next year's draft choices, but he might move around a little bit this year. Maybe he comes up. Maybe if he has to move up, he might have fewer picks than we're anticipating going into this third day of the draft, but that's okay. I like the fact they moved up for the defensive tackle last night.
Totally.
I totally like that, because rather than sit and let somebody pick him, go and get your guy. That's not a reach. That's just knowing what you want, seeing that player there and going and get him. They went up 7 spots, gave up a 5th-round draft choice, as you mentioned. I think that's pretty good value right there. I think Goody might be looking to move a little bit here. And, at this stage of the game, I'm sure they've got 5 or 6 guys on the offensive line and probably almost every position targeted that, hey, if this guy's in the neighborhood, do we need to move to get him, that kind of thing, and how strongly they feel about those draft choices. But day 3, guys, this is when you really build your football team. Okay,
big time.
We all know about the 1st and 2nd round picks and maybe even the 3rd, But boy, you get into this stage of the draft now, these are the guys who you don't know today, but tomorrow might be household words in your home.
And we'll see a number of different players who had really, really big time college pedigree, Wayne, go in this round. This is where also I think a lot of highly productive college players end up going, who may or may not have the measurables, may or may not have had the 40-yard dash time that scouts would be looking for and waiting for. And a number of Indiana Hoosiers going to be coming off the board, I would assume here pretty quickly. Aiden Fisher is an linebacker that I thought was incredibly instinctual, one of those guys that helped lead them to a national title, a former JMU guy, as well as Elijah Surratt, wide receiver from that national title team, going to go, as well as a number of different big-time Big Ten players, some safeties and linebackers as well. Caden Curry of that Ohio State defense will seemingly be the 15th player going from Ohio State already here later today, but we'll keep you abreast of all the picks that go through and take your round by round, pick by pick. And to start it out here at 101, Wayne, luckily, I don't know how much different decision makers think of us doing shows. I think very, very little. But John Spytek, Catholic Memorial product, just did us all a very, very big solid by drafting Jermod McCoy 101, first pick in the 4th round. Even Brian Gutekunst got asked about McCoy last night. The red flag medical, it started leaking out last night that it might be a cartilage issue. Still could call for another surgery potentially. Missed all of 2025. We've said it over the last couple of days, though. He had the most impressive cornerback film out of anybody in the draft, and he ends up going 101, far later than he anticipated, but still going in an opportunity to develop, and they can be patient there in Las Vegas, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and you know, the thing about him, he still ran a 4.40 on that leg, okay? Now, he didn't do any of the agility drills, which are more important than the 40, but straight line speed. So this is a kid, you know, he's got some injury issues. When was somebody going to take a chance on him? 4th round, the first pick of the 4th round. The Raiders do it. You know what? Not a bad pick to take a flyer on a kid like this. I
love it.
This is the most talented, physically talented, gifted player at this position in the draft. Many believe that. Okay, more so than Mansour Delane. But the problem is the injury. The problem is the long-term ramifications of that. And so McCoy gets picked in the 4th round instead of in the 1st.
You had said it a couple of times last night, Wayne. We're into the 2nd round and people are asking, into the 3rd round, people are asking. This is still a 3rd round draft choice. That's rich if you don't know if this guy is ever going to be able to really play for you. And then lo and behold, 101. Yeah, not a top 100 pick. Feels like great value, a great opportunity to take a lottery ticket. And it does give you some flexibility if you're the Raiders. I think they've had a phenomenal offseason. Obviously, they had the pick of the draft that everybody's been waiting for, and all told knew that was going to happen probably after the semifinal of the college football playoff game with Fernando Mendoza going number 1. But then Jude Bowery goes the 2nd pick here of the 4th round, offensive lineman, tackle from Boston College. We're getting the fan of the year draft picks here in Pittsburgh, PA. And Darrell Jackson Jr. goes as the 3rd pick of the 4th round. And that was a player that we identified last night as a possible player that could be going to the Green Bay Packers before the selection of McClellan. Maybe not going to double up on defensive tackle. Jackson Jr., some pedigree. His uncle was the former Super Bowl MVP Dexter Jackson with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Florida State product who has some untapped potential. And again, Wayne, you're looking for, are we going to go with polish or potential? There's not a whole lot of polish on the guys that are coming out, and the untapped potential really, it feels like, varies right now with, as you mentioned, the COVID and NIL era really starting to seep into college sports.
You know, Darrell Jackson's a guy that a lot of people thought highly of, and as you mentioned him last night, but I mean, there are some people thought he might be a 1st round draft choice. Here he is in the 4th round. To me, this looks like a pretty good value pick for the New York Jets, who by all accounts, and they've had the picks to do it, are having a very good draft. They and the Raiders, and the Giants.
Well, and it's good, Wayne, because at some point these poor Jets fans needed something. They've needed something to smile about. I don't even know. Maybe they can take some solace and some enjoyment in what's happening in New England, but you gotta have something to smile about if you're in Jets fandom. So we're happy for you guys here today. And I haven't seen Brick Johnson once. They've gone into that Jets war room a couple of times. I haven't seen the young 17-year-old son of Woody Johnson, who the rumors were was picking guys off of Madden rankings. That's, again, good news for Jets fans, Wayne.
I can't agree with you more. I mean, but the Madden ratings, I mean, what a knock. The coach,
I mean, come on, Coach. What are we looking at? How are you starting this guy? Oh, man. 877-794-1973. We'll have some fun with you throughout the day as well. He's the voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee. I'm Billy Schmid. Hunter Baumgart is hanging out with us as well. We'll take a quick time out, have some picks flying off as we continue on. Green Bay about 15 picks away from their first selection here on day number 3. We're going to check in with Doug Russell, the Love Muscle, up at 1265 Lombardi. He's at Lambeau Field. Hunker down for all the audio. We'll hear from all the Packers draft picks, decision makers, take you all the way through today's draft up until 4 o'clock here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. It's the Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin 2026 NFL Draft Show.
You're listening to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by Potawatomi Sportsbook. It's time to go up to Green Bay and check in with Packers Game Day host Doug Russell. Here's Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Welcome back. It's the 2026 NFL Draft Show. Coverage presented by Potawatomi Sportsbook. Bet above the rest. The sports betting oasis in the best in the Midwest. And with dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, monster 2,000 square foot video wall, the best place to invest, watch sports, and become a legend is the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Go and enjoy there. Go stop by and grab yourself a bite to eat today. Maybe a same-day sportsbook bet. You can hop on their free shuttle to and from Brewers and Pirates. Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers right there. I'm Billy Schmid. And joining us now in a sweet blazer up in Green Bay, Wisconsin, is Doug Russell. Now, we call him the Love Muscle, not because of the way he dresses, but because of the way he makes you feel. Now, we sit here inside of day number 3, Doug. This is the Scouts' Day, as it's always been discussed. It's also a day the Packers have made a living. It's one of the reasons why they've been able to stockpile a lot of talent. We think of Zach Toms, David Bakhtiari's into the 4th round. The list goes on and on. Jamal Williams was a 4th round draft choice. Aaron Jones into the 5th. This is a big day for the building and the full roster fill out that goes on in the NFL.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you've already seen a couple of decent players go off the board. I mentioned Jermon McCoy yesterday, that whether or not the medicals were going to hold him back, but maybe not a 2nd round pick, but a 4th round pick. He's off the board to the Las Vegas Raiders. I think he's a really good value pick. You got Jude Bowery coming off the board to the Buffalo Bills as well. Daryl Jackson, he goes to the Jets. Caleb Proctor to the Arizona Cardinals. So you're already seeing, I think, some decent players come off the board. And you're right. I mean, you look at the history of the Packers on day number 3, and you just mentioned a slew of those names. You know, whether it's a David Bakhtiari, whether it's an Aaron Jones, guys that were impact players for this Packers team. Yeah, there are some value players that you can get. And, there are still some needs that the Packers, as you guys were talking about in the first segment of the show, that they're going to have to address today.
And Doug, one of the areas that people were wondering about, thinking, well, maybe the Packers get an edge rusher. 14 edge rushers were taken in the first 3 rounds of the draft. I know that's the deepest position in the draft, but wow, that's a lot of tread on those tires, isn't it, Doug?
Absolutely. But you also saw what the Packers did to acquire their edge rusher right before the season began last year, and that's why they didn't have a 1st round pick this year, and they won't have a 1st round pick next year unless they trade back into one. And as Brian Gutekunst said, there's nobody in this draft class that would compare in his mind right now as a scout to what they got in Micah Parsons. So, I mean, there's still some good edge rushers that are out there that could develop into something. But again, Micah Parsons was a 1st round draft choice. Joshua Joseph is still out there from Tennessee. A guy that I've seen play, Anthony Lucas from USC. He's still on the board as well. So there's some guys that still, I think, can be good NFL players, but this not being an exceptionally deep draft overall, you kind of have to circle a position where there are some players that could turn into really good NFL guys. And I still think that there are at that specific position.
And Goody, you heard it last night, Doug. We were talking about it earlier before you got on. He's going to be inclined to move around a little bit here in this day 3 of the draft. And that's probably a good thing. If you see a player you like, like we've said, I don't think the volume of talent is as good on this day as it might have been a year ago or 2 years ago, whatever, because of all the college machinations that are going on. But nonetheless, if you know of somebody, if you got somebody, this is where in this kind of a draft with this kind of talent, if you like somebody, you better go get them because someone else might take them ahead of you.
Yeah, and what you see are, and as we were talking about a minute ago, you can get guys in the 4th round and sometimes into the 5th round. But sometimes in the 6th or 7th round, you can get a guy, but oftentimes it's kind of a little bit of a crapshoot. And whether or not you go for quality versus quantity, I know that in years past, the Packers have had a lot more, as Goody likes to call it, swings at it. And then they fill out the rest of the training camp roster with guys that are straight free agents. And oftentimes they will come in, and sometimes it's on special teams, and sometimes it's in other areas, just depth positions that can come in and help out your football team. But in reality, when you're talking about a Packers team that went healthy, there aren't that many spots that are available. I think they got a couple of really good players in their first, their first day of drafting in Cisse and McClellan that can come in and make immediate impacts because you needed a cornerback, you need a nose tackle. Okay, so maybe you've got those guys, and now it's trying to fill out what the rest of the depth is going to look like. Wayne, you brought up running back yesterday. I think there's still some running backs out there that can help the depth of this team as well, considering that, Emmanuel Wilson, he's now a member of the Seattle Seahawks, and Marshawn Lloyd can't stay healthy. So who's going to be behind number 8? Maybe they can find that guy in the 4th or 5th round as well.
And that's also a position now, guys, that we've seen sit here. Wayne, you mentioned 14 edge rushers have already gone. 3 running backs.
3 running backs.
So,
I just clicked into that. Yeah. Amazing.
It really is when you think of felt like there was going to be an earlier run on day 2 for the position, because seemingly if you're not going to get one early, you weren't going to get one. Now, everybody looks around and says, well, if we don't necessarily need one, we'll just get one whenever the run actually happens. If push comes to shove, we miss out, we'll feel okay. Mike Washington is still sitting out there, and the Packers are 13 picks away. I think that's a fascinating guy coming out of Arkansas.
There are a number of decent running backs that are still out there. Now, are these guys going to become franchise backs? Well, maybe, but probably not. But they could be very good, serviceable, rotational backs in your offense. And Doug, I want to get your view on this, because how do the Packers feel about backup running back? Are they counting on Marshawn Lloyd? Because it doesn't seem like any of us on the outside looking in really are, because unfortunately for Marshawn, he's been nothing but injured since they drafted him.
But he's still here, right? And
he's a 2nd-round pick, Doug. He's gonna be here. Trust me.
Yeah, and so they see something. They saw something when they drafted him. He hasn't been able to get on the field the last 2 seasons. That's a major problem. But there are guys like, I know that we brought up Eli Heidenreich last night from Navy. My dad was a Navy man, so I'm always gonna put up.
Come on,
the Navy.
we want the midshipman McCaffrey.
That's right.
We are big fans of Heidenreich.
McCaffrey.
You guys just brought up Mike Washington.
If you slice it, they did a side by side of the production and the tail of the tape. Almost the exact same guy, although one went to Stanford, one represented our country. I'm sorry, 250th anniversary of America, Doug. I know where I'm lining.
Absolutely. At 100%. You guys mentioned Mike Washington. Claiborne's still out there from Wake Forest. Seth McGowan. I mean, there are still some running backs out there that I think, to answer your question, Wayne, I think that they do value depth, because, it's a position that you have to have a backup in because of the beating that these guys take.
Exactly, Doug. These guys get beat up and injured. It's 150% injury rate at running back. Trust me.
Now, check this out. So as the Pittsburgh Steelers are still celebrating and trying to get as many fans to be excited about the draft here in Pittsburgh on day 3. Tough deal. It's raining in Pittsburgh. Now, folks that have watched the NL Central for a number of years are like, wait, only the 3rd day is when the rain delay happens in Pittsburgh. But it is a much scarcer crowd. They just wheeled out all 4 of their day 2 draft picks. Jeremy Bernard, Drew Aller, Dalen Everett, and Jennings Dunker, all in Pittsburgh Steeler rain jackets, standing up on stage.
The stage is covered.
Trying to get themselves rolling. Come on, guys. Come on.
There's a whole shell that covers everybody. Come on. I expect more from hardy Pittsburghers.
Yeah, but Doug, more than anything is we got to sell these sweet rain jackets. We got to sell these. We got to sell these sweet Steelers jackets that they got going on. Good day in Pittsburgh, although it is a little bit damp. That was day 2 of last year. Day 3 was phenomenal weather and was the sight and the spectacle last year. Excited to see who kind of takes over that spot here later on.
Concert,
here today.
The Brad Paisley concert at the end of it all too.
Yeah, that's a great way. That was a great way to be able to cap it off. Caleb Proctor goes 104, defensive tackle from Southeast Louisiana. And people are like, why on earth would I care about a guy from Southeast Louisiana? He was one of, Wayne, the late bloomers and risers, it felt like, a name that you heard a lot of.
Yeah. Defensive
tackle, late into the process, small school guy. He's the earliest selection of a non-D1 player, and make some noise here to Arizona, who have made a lot of noise here. Carson Beck, Jeremiah Love, and then grab one of everyone's flavors of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And those teams that have the draft capital, people saying, well, the Jets are having a good draft. Yeah, they got a lot of draft capital. You know what I mean? They're picking high up in these rounds, and that's what you have to do. But I think Arizona's done a nice job of this draft too.
Excited to see who the Packers are able to add here coming up momentarily. A number of different best available guys into the secondary as well. Still sitting here in the edge rusher spot, Doug, we were talking about in the first segment. I don't know if that's where you still look and forecast as a possibility to add a veteran. There's still a lot of different guys that are sitting out there who have some pelts on the wall at that position. But Maybe it's a little bit of a shift. We've seen it under Jeff Hafley's defense, Mike Pettine's defense, Joe Barry's defense. A calling card since Matt LaFleur has been the head coach in Green Bay is the snap counts aren't incredibly high over on the defensive side. You're watching, Rashawn Gary, I think the most he played in snap percentage was like 65, 68% of the snaps. That third and fourth edge rusher is going to play a ton. And that's a big question right now as to who exactly that ends up being. I wonder if it might feel like a reach, but if they identify that as a position, better go get it now because it is very much picked over, fellas.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt about that. And but again, Goody says he's comfortable with the people he has on the roster. And so you got a Brenton Cox there whom they've been grooming for years now. You've got some other guys in the mix. Baron Sorrell is a guy.
That's
Billy,
fair, fourth rounder from last year too.
It would not shock me if he took a big jump in his second year and became a bona fide pass rusher, a situational guy, maybe that kind of thing in this defense. I don't know.
He was one of the guys that tough to say what and take whatever happened on that Week 18 game in Minnesota as gospel, but he was one of the definite bright spots in that game up there in Minnesota.
No doubt about it. Jacob Monk at center played well in that game.
And maybe that's one of the reasons why they haven't gone in and grabbed an interior offensive lineman. Now, maybe they still will and try to make that change. We'll see. Grayson Holton, defensive tackle from Oklahoma, goes now in a little run on D tackles, as we've now seen 3 here early on. 3 of the last 5 picks been on the 3-tech or nose tackle spot. There's a lot of those guys, still a number of different corners back that are available. We both talked about Muhammad last night from Texas, Wayne, and he's still sitting out here as one of the top 5 players still available.
Keontae Scott is still there too, right? If I'm not mistaken,
yep.
Another cornerback, Miami, Florida, 53rd rated player by Daniel Jeremiah. So there are some guys here with some value. There's no doubt about that.
And Keontae Scott had one of the more electrifying plays in all of the college football playoff when he picked 6 the Ohio State Buckeyes and really flipped that game on its head with the Miami Hurricanes. One that, Doug, I don't mean to bring that up for the mother-in-law, but we've been talking about it throughout the weekend. All of the talent and the top-end guys on that Ohio State team, how on earth did they lose any football game, or how did they not win everything by at least 20?
You got me. That's the talent that Ohio State has brought in. And when they don't win, I mean, listen, as someone who's not an Ohio State fan, but married into an Ohio State family, I just kind of sit back and say, well, welcome to my world.
I was going to say, you just see it and get to sit back and enjoy and laugh.
I kind of do. It's not the worst thing in the world. A little Schadenfreude is always a little bit of fun to watch Ohio State, occasionally lose a football game.
Doug, was Tennessee your team?
No, I was a USC fan.
Oh, USC. That's right.
Yeah.
USC. Yeah.
That's why he's still holding on to the Marshawn Lloyd belief. And listen, the Green Bay Packers are doing it as well. And we'll see. The young man has had some devastating injuries, right? Like it isn't just that, obviously the soft tissues in the first year, but some freak stuff last year really kept him out.
Yeah.
We'll see if Packers are able to get him onto the field now. Jonah Coleman becomes the 4th running back taken first year in day 4 to the Denver Broncos. They got a number of 2nd-round picks into that backfield, but I was doing some digging in the midst of the conversation, guys, about running backs. Kyron Williams, starter for the LA Rams, he was a 5th-round choice. Zach Charbonnet, who's now going to be the number 1 guy, along with Price, the 32nd pick in this year's draft in Seattle, a 3rd-round draft choice. So plenty of guys in the middle to late rounds are doing it across the NFL. Ramondre Stevenson, lead back out in New England, who was representing them in the Super Bowl last year.
Aaron Jones was a 5th-round draft choice by the Green Bay Packers. And they doubled down on the position with Jamal Williams and taking it, a round before him in the 4th?
4th and 5th round, doubled up right on there.
Doubled up, and both of them were very, very productive for the Packers. And, Aaron Jones got another contract with the Vikings. He's going to be at Minnesota. They just love him.
Yeah. Well, and hard not to love when you're talking about a person that is going to be an additive in your locker room. No doubt about it. All right. Kansas City on the clock, having the international fans of the year making the picks. He goes with Jaden Gameday, safety from Oregon. I would have thought the other safety from Oregon would have gone before Gameday, but here we go with the Kansas City Chiefs addressing defense all draft long. They started out by making the first cornerback selection, trading up to get Mansour Delane. Draft Peter Woods, defensive tackle with the 29th pick as they traded with LA with Trent McDuffie. Then they go out and grab another defensive tackle to maybe be the predecessor to Chris Jones or the successor to Chris Jones. From Oklahoma goes into the second round. And then now Gameday, safety, 4 picks, all defense for Brett Veach and the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe they think that they had an issue over there on that side of the football last year.
I guess they did, huh? Well, of course, they lost some talent on that side of the football, especially in the secondary. But nonetheless, Kansas City retooling that side of it. And offensively, they're banking on Pat Mahomes coming back and being 100%.
Jets back up on the clock. We've mentioned them quite a bit. We'll mention them again throughout the day as they're one of the teams with the most selections here in the 2026 NFL draft. Going to be hearing from each and every Packers draft pick, hear from some decision makers as well up in Green Bay. That's where Doug Russell is stationed. You are locked in with us here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin, 9:20 a.m. in Milwaukee, 10:70 a.m. in Madison as well. Should we take a quick time out? The Packers are about 9 picks away. Make sure that we have a full runway as to when the Packers will be selecting. Might be right near the top of the hour. Projections, then we'll be able to hear some audio into the second hour. We're going to check in with our friend Aaron Nagler of Cheesehead TV at one point throughout the day. We're also going to talk about the Wisconsin players that are going to be selected. Now, the first guy that will be selected with a Wisconsin tie, well, he won't have a Wisconsin Badgers tie on. He'll have a Yukon Huskies tie on. And we'll talk about Skylar Bell, who looks to be going here pretty soon, as well as maybe Mason Reiger, going to be the first Wisconsin Badger coming off the board as well. Stay with us. Voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee right there. Doug Russell is at Lambeau Field. Produced by Hunter Baumgart. I'm Billy Schmid. It's the 2026 NFL Draft Show on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin.
This is Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Let's get back to the picks. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
In the middle of day 3, round number 4, Packers 10 picks away from adding their third player in 2026, and we'll bring it to you here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin. I'm Billy Schmid alongside the voice of the Green Bay Packers. Just now, the New York Jets seemingly have said that they've been picking all weekend, it feels like. However, they just had another selection and bring in a quarterback, Wayne, young man from Clemson. And when you look at Cade Klubnik, who's the 110th player overall selected, going into this year, there was a possibility and a lot of people speculating, thinking he'd be one of the top quarterbacks taken. He'd be in the running to be the number 1 overall pick. Everything goes haywire. We talked about for Penn State last year. Very similarly for Clemson.
Yeah.
Their year was extremely disappointing. Klubnik, a part of it, maybe wore it for more than others, and now he becomes a 4th-round pick, but goes to the Jets, where I would assume he's going to have somewhat of a chance to be able to make a name for himself.
And Billy, this is a traditional drop-back pocket passer, Cade Klubnik. Up and down career, as you mentioned at Clemson. They had a terrible year this past season. He's a pocket passer, impressive overall touch, timing, and accuracy. And when you watch him on film, he does give you the idea. You get the feeling that, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. He's in control of this offense, that kind of thing. So that intangible adds up. But obviously the up and down type of performances, that's what had people worried. So he goes, instead of earlier, he goes at this point 4th round.
He'd be one of those guys that I would categorize as a gamer. Just finds ways to make plays, the ones that you need, not necessarily in the flashiest and the prettiest fashion.
He kind of reminded me. Now I think he's a little bigger than Sean Clifford, but when Sean Clifford came out of Penn State, and you watched him in practice and you watched him in the preseason games, the one thing you felt was, okay, he knows what he's doing. Now, can he do what he needs to get done? Correct. That's another story, but he runs the offense, and you get the feeling as he steps up to the line of scrimmage, he's got an idea of what he's going to do and where he's going and directing his teammates as well. This kid has a lot of that. Now, can he translate to the other parts that are even more important, and that is making plays?
And he's got decent size, nothing that blows you away. 6'2", 200 pounds, nothing that's gonna get laughed out of the building. But he's such an up and down guy. But started for 4 years at Clemson, and as much as we mentioned it with Ty Simpson on the negative side, this dude has all the game experience you could possibly want, Wayne. So different strokes for different folks, and obviously the tape was much better for Simpson. He's a different player than Cade Klubnik, no doubt about it. But to see somebody with that much experience, we talked about experience at that position so much, it's become paramount for you once you get to the NFL, because I just hate this back and forth and this conversation that people have of, does the NFL have a quarterback development problem? No, if their development issue, then they feel like that's going to be at the college level, because you're supposed to be coming in here as close to a finished product, or at least trending in that fashion, so then we get our hands on you and we can put some polish on.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. And it's such a hard position. It's the hardest position to play. Mm-hmm. And there's so many intangibles involved, Billy, that you really don't know until you get him on this level, totally. The NFL level. And so it's a real hard position to guess on. But the one thing I will say that helps the scouts a lot is if a kid has a lot of college experience. That's really what helps them. Where the scouts miss in this league is when they've got a prospect, he barely started 13 games or whatever it was, that type of thing, doesn't have a lot of throws under his belt on the collegiate level. That's when they kind of struggle with that guy, because it becomes much more of a projection. And at that position, a projection is dangerous.
Ty Simpson in particular, think about it this way, Wayne. If he sits for 3 years, as he did at Alabama,
he's got a shot,
plays 1 year, then he goes and sits for 2 to 3 years behind Matthew Stafford, however many more years he ends up playing. You are looking at him playing 15 games in like 5 or 6 years. He's going to need to mentally be able to develop, but that's a tough thing to ask of. Those live bullets are only there so many different times. That's a wild back and forth to think of.
And at least with Ty Simpson, unlike like a Mitchell Trubisky, remember when he came out and the Bears traded the entire future for him.
I was going to say, just to go up a couple of spots while Patrick Mahomes was going to be picked just behind him.
Here's a kid who had very little college experience, and it didn't pan out. But that was a situation where they forced him in right away. I mean, they said, oh, no, we're going to groom him and all this other stuff. Yeah, 4 weeks into the mission, boom, he's in there because they're losing. And that is the tendency, especially with the first-round pick. Now, I think with this Rams situation, wholly different. Furthermore, coaching counts, folks. Coaches break more players than make players, but coaching is important. And when you make players, when your coaching staff can make players, and I think this one can with a quarterback, then you've got something special.
You're spot on with that. A couple of different offensive tackles just going now, maybe a little bit of a fourth-round run.
Tackle? Holy cow.
Paige Casey from Boise State, left tackle for Austin Genty's season 2 years ago, with a lot of highlights during his draft sizzle reel at Boise State for the Broncos, running that well. And then Drew Shelton, Penn State product, another developmental piece. However, man, you play offensive line at Penn State. That's one of those buildings and one of those programs that still is really built on offensive line in the trenches, and they've put so many guys into the NFL. Packers just found one with Rasheed Walker a couple of years ago. He ended up being a 7th-round draft choice and starting 25, 30 games.
Oh, yeah. No, and playing solid.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it.
Was he great? No. Was he a franchise left tackle? No. But he was more than solid.
100%.
And I don't know, you and I may have talked about this. We were surprised, folks, he didn't get a longer-term deal or a bigger deal on the open market.
I definitely thought he would. I thought he was going to be in demand. I think it seemed like other teams thought he would be more in demand than he was, and then ended up sliding into the second week of free agency, signing up with the Carolina Panthers on just a 1-year contract. Let's hear from Brian Gutekunst. He had a conversation with Larry McCarron last night, and after speaking with the media, the tough questions, they come from Rock, and we bring it to you now.
Hey, everybody. We are joined by Packers General Manager Brian Gutekunst. And Goody, it seems like you've had a busy day. Let's see, you signed Jaden Reed to a contract extension. You made a trade and you drafted 2 players. Have you been rather busy?
It's been a good day for the Packers, and our staff's been busy. I think certainly signing Jaden, and he's a winner. He's been a great player for us. That was really exciting to start the day off, and then at the beginning of the draft, finally get a pick. After missing yesterday, and getting 2 players that I really, really like. Our staff really likes. Our coaching staff likes, and we think we're going to be really good Packers.
Talking about those 2 players, Brandon Cisse, corner out of South Carolina. What really attracted you to him?
Yeah, he's almost 6 feet. He's got good length, really good feet, excellent transition quickness. He can run. He's very aggressive and competitive, and I think that's what drew us to him. We started at NC State, was a really good player there. Transferred to South Carolina in the SEC, and had a really good year this year. We just think that again, he's very young, but we think he's a really good player now with a ton of upside.
Yeah, just 20 years old. That's almost unheard of, isn't it?
Yeah, Kenny Clark-like, what I mean? So hopefully it could turn out that good. But yeah, he's one of the younger players in the draft, and but very mature young man, and very, very intense. And football is very important to him. Him being a great player is very important to him. So we think he's going to fit here very well with our team and then our culture here.
Seeing the video I've seen on him, he's not bashful whatsoever about the rough stuff.
Right.
He'll stick his nose in it.
Absolutely. He's again, he can play off, he can play press, he'll tackle, So again, all these guys are going to have to learn the NFL game and what this is all about. It is different from what they've experienced, but we think that his skill set really does lend itself to be a pretty good player in this league.
In the 3rd round, you make a trade, move up to select Chris McClellan out of Missouri, defensive tackle. What attracted you to him?
Yeah, first of all, he's 6'4", he's 315 pounds. He can stop the run. He holds the point very, very well. He also is a very good pass rusher. He can play up and down the line, so he's very versatile, which obviously, as we like very much. And again, played in the SEC, played in the league where that matters. And so again, he's a young player, he's proven already at a very high level in college, and I think he's going to be a really good fit here.
Looks like, and this is always sometimes, I think, or maybe it used to be, a concern with the big guys. He's got a good motor.
He does.
I mean, he brings it.
Yeah, he plays hard, played a lot of snaps there. I think he was up over 60-some% and did everything. He was not one of those guys that came off the field a lot in third downs. He played a lot. And like you said, he can rush the passer. So, tremendous upside. I think he'll be a good fit for us.
Have you ever drafted a guy before with 11-inch hands?
Yeah.
I paid money just to look at his hands.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we had Sean Ryan, right? Sean Ryan,
really?
11-inch
Really?
hands. So, yeah, we've had a few guys here and there that have gotten to that level. But, yeah, he's, like I said, he's a big man now. And he's going to add some size in there. And certainly that was something that was important to us.
Has the draft in general been falling the right way as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, I think it did for us today. I think the board held up very well. We had a number of choices at 52 and then a number of choices in the third round. I think certainly with Christopher, we felt that he was one of those players that we felt we needed to go get. Not necessarily because we were for sure that he was going to get taken. Certainly we didn't know that, but we thought his value was right to do that.
I don't know how much you can say, but can you offer some sort of scouting report for how you're approaching tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we're always going to let the board talk to us a little bit and try to get into the areas where we think it's strong. There's a lot of good players left up there that we really think can help us, and so we'll kind of just monitor as it goes. But we won't be afraid to be aggressive if the right guy's there, and we won't be afraid to move down and add picks as well. But again, I think I like our football team right now. I like our roster, so we're going to try to add some quality players tomorrow. We're excited about it.
Bottom line, Goody, did you get better tonight?
We did.
You feel that?
Yeah, I think again, starting with Jaden, and doing that extension with him. I mean, that was really important for us. We got a lot of work to do with some extensions as we go. Over the next few months, that'll be important for us, and that was a good start. And certainly the draft. Finally, watching 51 guys come off the board before you get the pick is not something I'd like to do. But ending up getting a player like Brandon and Christopher, I think that was really important for us.
When you go into a draft with Micah Parsons as your first-round draft choice, do you kind of feel like you're playing with the house's money a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. That's I told him today that when it was our pick at 20, it was supposed to be our pick at 20. We had his card up, he's ready to go. But yeah, certainly looking back on that, no regrets there. Certainly we that's one of those things that certainly how he played last year. We're pretty excited about him coming back.
Goody, good luck tomorrow. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Rock.
Brian, thanks for the time and great conversation last night. Great wrap up of day number 2 with Larry McCarron, his broadcast partner. Wayne Larrivee is my partner here on the 2026 NFL Draft Show. Before we take quick time out, Packers are going to be up in 5 picks from right now. Elijah Surratt of the Indiana Hoosiers goes. Wayne, almost all the running backs we've been eyeing up, Malik Muhammad and Mike Washington Jr. have taken up a lot of oxygen on the show, both still sitting there.
Yeah, your guy Mike Washington Jr.
Still hanging right there for us. We'll see who the Packers are going with. The 20th selection of the 2026 4th round comes up here after the top of the hour. Wayne Larrivee's right there. I'm Billy Schmid. Doug Russell's in Green Bay. And we got your coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook.
Day 3 of the NFL's biggest offseason event is underway. Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft.
You know, there's always times, I think, in different drafts where maybe you look to move out of some of those picks if you can get next year's picks.
Draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Potawatomi Sportsbook is the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere, with dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall, and more. It's your place to become a legend.
Make every night legendary.
The picks are in, and we're breaking down every pick as it happens.
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina State.
Fabian Williams.
Barron Sorrell.
Colin Oliver. Warren Brenton.
Micah Robinson.
John Williams, guard from Cincinnati.
So let's get back to it with the guys.
My, oh, my, oh, my.
Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
We continue with you on day number 3, round 4 of the 2026 NFL Draft presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. I'm Billy Schmid. Wayne Larrivee's right there. It's the Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin Draft Spectacular. And Wayne Larrivee, Green Bay up in 3 picks. The Detroit Lions up right now at pick 118. Not positive if this day 3 pick will first emanate from Dublin, Ireland, but an international flavor here on all of the selections. I believe we're going to get an announcement. I think it might come from across the pond, but more importantly, we're going to be able to announce the 3rd member of the 2026 draft class pretty quickly here for the Green Bay Packers. We've mentioned it a number of different ways to Sunday, but as we sit here right now, we've seen a number of offensive linemen go off the board recently. As many as 4 offensive tackles or 5 offensive tackles have already gone here in the 4th round. We just had a linebacker go from Michigan. Jimmy Rolder goes to the Detroit Lions. Packers up in 2 picks. You feeling potentially edge? Deny Dennis Sutton is still there, who I thought might have been an earlier day 2 pick. There's a number of different ways to go here. We've also seen and talked a lot about running back. What's your feeling at where the Packers could be going here?
I'm thinking offensive line, maybe. They might get an interior offensive lineman. Now, the tackles, we mentioned, they've been 7 offensive tackles were selected in the 1st round of the draft. And there have been more selected today. I believe 4 more have come off the board, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm thinking more interior offensive line, possibly with this 4th round pick. But they could also wait a little bit later on in the day to get that position filled. But I think they're going to hit offensive line, I believe, twice in this draft, Billy.
Well, now, could Billy Schloth be the guy that they end up going for? St. Mary's Springs product, a Wisconsin guy, 6 foot, 310 pounds, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Right now, currently, according to Dane Brugler, the Notre Dame guard is the number 1 player at the guard spot, still available, 109th overall. Maybe that would be the spot. Maybe they do go in at center. It's tough when you're deciding. It kind of feels like dealer's choice here, Wayne. We had one of the top centers, Jake Slaughter, last night be introduced as a guard. Sam Hecht right now is the number 2 center on the board and the number 1 guy still available. Somebody might think he could play guard. We just watched it with the Packers. They drafted Sean Ryan a number of years ago in the 3rd round to play tackle.
Yeah.
And the time that he ends up getting a contract extension is at center. You're not necessarily locked in at one particular spot, but I'm with you. Interior offensive line feels like where they'd be leaning.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with the fact the tackle position to me looks like it's picked over. It really does, quite a bit. So we'll see how that goes. Edge and offensive tackle, big time positions, and one defends the other, or wards off the other. So totally. It sounds like it.
Fascinating to see as the Packers are now on the clock. Jacksonville just traded ahead of Green Bay, 1 spot to go up and grab Wesley Williams, edge rusher from Duke, 6'4.5", 256 pounds, big size, and we'll see if an edge rusher could be the spot here. I really love Deny Dennis Sutton's tape. It's a pure edge rusher, guy that continued to get after the passer. And if you start thinking about pairing up groups of players, different alma maters, you might say here, Wayne, a Penn State edge rusher to pair up with Micah Parsons, another all-time Penn State edge rusher, I think might be a little bit of a pairing to go with.
Are you talking symmetry?
I like bringing in guys that are somewhat like-minded, and if he just has to yell "we are" all day, As long as the guy gets 10 sacks, well, I don't care. I'll listen to it if that's got to be the case. We'll see. The Packers are now up here, 5 picks remaining. They have 1 pick here in the 4th, 1 pick in the 5th.
So, Billy, you're thinking defense right now, right?
I'm still thinking defense, and I still think it could be corner as well.
I'm just thinking offensive line has got to get hit here twice. Maybe not on this pick. The other one, is this too early for one of those running backs?
I definitely don't think it's too early, especially if it's Washington. I think he's the one that has the best chance to be gone by the time you come back up. But I think they could go Allen or Singleton in the 5th. I think they can get our guy, midshipman McCaffrey, Eli Heidenreich, coming up in the 5th or the 6th. But if they identified Washington, a lot of people had him as a top 100 player, Wayne, and that their favorite thing is athleticism and RAS score, that relative athletic score. Mike Washington blew that out of the gym at the NFL Combine with his 40-yard dash and everything that he put up. I would not be surprised at all if that was the position they're going with here.
Yeah.
All right, so the coverage is now back. They are not going to selections around it. Here we go. Gavin James.
Welcome to the Irish Institute of Music and Song here in Ireland. I'm singer-songwriter Gavin James, and the pick is in. With the 120th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Denai Dennis Sutton, defensive end, Penn State.
Go back up.
All right, there we go. Got one. Come on now. Denai Dennis Sutton, edge rusher from Penn State. Not in the 11 heritage of the top defensive player that continues to go pump through at Penn State. But Denai Dennis Sutton rocked the 33 third-team All-Big Ten, most pressures in 2025 in the Big Ten with 53, had 22 and a half career sacks. That's second in the last 25 years behind a guy named Abdul Carter, who was a top 3 pick just a year ago. Pure edge, pure pass rusher, over 6'5", over 250 pounds. And he'll put his hand in the dirt. He stands up, but he is relentless at the point of attack, Wayne.
4'6", 40. Arms were 33 and a half. That's plenty long enough. Hands were big, 10 and an eighth. Blew out the combine with that fast 40 and had the best of the group of the edge rushers in the broad jump at 10-11. Really talented, big, strong, fast guy. Starter defensive end if you wanted to play him there, but you watch him drop, and he can definitely be a starter also in the 3-4 outside guy. So the kind of guy that you look at and you say, hey, this is a guy who has some you can work with this guy.
And as Dane Brugler said at The Athletic, Dennis Sutton will find sack production harder to come by against NFL blocking, but he's a commanding presence, has size, strength, and quickness to be a force player on the edge. He'll be more appealing to teams for a high-floor role player as opposed to a high-ceiling pass rusher. So high floor, meaning you might kind of know the player that he is right now. This might be where he's at, and you're not going to try to have a bunch of untapped potential. But Wayne, if your floor is being the most pressuring defensive end in the Big Ten, the best conference in college football this year, that's a heck of a floor to be going for, especially here in the 4th round.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Imposing frame, long muscular arms, proportional bulk, solid linear athlete. Billy, again, I mentioned this. This is 4th round. There is an injury tag on this. I'm sure the Packers checked it out. He's had some knee problems. That remains a bit of a concern. But, when healthy, this looks like a guy who can really come in and rush the passer for you.
Back-to-back years of 8.5 sacks at Penn State. Denai Dennis Sutton is the newest Green Bay Packer, 15th overall edge rusher, according to ESPN. And Matt Miller, he comes in, according to The Athletic, as the 13th ranked edge rusher. So feels like decent value here that you can be getting. Guy that had a potentially a 3rd or a 4th round grade ends up going in the 4th round, 120 overall to the Green Bay Packers. Doug Russell is up in Green Bay, joins us now as our draft coverage continues. Denai Dennis Sutton is the pick. Big Ten player, defensive end. I mentioned it, Doug, from the symmetry, a Penn State guy. If you have the opportunity to grab any kind of chemistry, a little bit of a tie together, Micah Parsons gets another Nittany Lion into that room.
Yeah, this isn't about Denai Dennis Sutton, although I think that because of all the intangibles that you mentioned, that's what makes it appealing specifically to the Green Bay Packers, because you're still about number one right now. He's still, even though he's coming off, excuse me, a knee injury, he's still the guy. And if you can have, like you said, any kind of connection with that guy on the other side, and for a little while they had it at the beginning of the season last year with Rashawn Gary. Obviously, that didn't sustain itself, and now Rashawn Gary's a member of the Dallas Cowboys. If you can get Lucas Van Ness healthy, rushing between the guards, these guys on the end, you don't need to have two guys that can get to the quarterback. You need one guy that can take some of the pressure off of the other guy getting to the quarterback, and that's how you're going to create success. The Packers saw it at the beginning of last season. I think this is another brilliant pick from Brian Gutekunst for a lot of different reasons. The production, absolutely, but also that Penn State connection, I don't think is something that you can discount completely.
I don't think he's ever going to be your 15, 16 sack a year guy. Maybe
Agreed.
he will, but he's probably going to be the kind of guy that you can stick out there who will hold up against the run, put some pressure on the quarterback, and play in this league for a long time if health permits.
And that's a spot, Wayne, right there. You just mentioned it. If he plays it for you for 5 or 6 years, that's a huge win right now into the fourth round. We're talking about different fourth round picks that have been big time players so far for the Packers. I was remiss to throw in there Evan Williams, who seems like one of their more promising young players. Was a guy that was a longer tenured college player, moved around and then made his name in the Big Ten with Oregon as a senior. Excited about the move. Excited that they also added at a premium position again here on day 3 in the fourth round. Last year, Barron Sorrell, these guys can take some time to develop some moves. It felt like Sorrell last year, similarly to Sutton, was a long-time Texas Longhorn, team captain. This is one that denied Dennis Sutton. Again, went through a lot of turmoil last year. I don't know that there's more motivated players coming out of the draft than guys that played for Penn State last year, because if you thought that was going to be the way your college career ended, it went completely haywire. So I'm excited to see the competitiveness coming into the league off of that disappointment that they had a year ago as well.
Denied Dennis Sutton, 5-star recruit out of high school, 7th-ranked defensive lineman in the 2022 class, number 1 recruit in Maryland. He was number 29 recruit nationally. He's from Millsboro, Delaware. And so, when you take a look at this kid, I just think this is the kind of player that has some upside to him. You kind of know where he is on the floor, but he's got a shot at being a pretty good player down the road.
Graduated with a degree in telecommunications. Boss Doug Russell, can we get him a job offer? Maybe we get him in. Maybe good interview then. All righty, for deny Dennis Sutton if he's got some chops in the broadcasting realm.
Well, I'll bring him in as an intern, and we'll see how he does.
That's fair.
Maybe eventually, maybe
yeah,
like
we
Wayne
know
said,
what his floor is. Can he excel as an intern? You know what I mean?
That's, as Wayne was saying, eventually he can be a productive NFL player. Maybe eventually he can be someone who takes one of our jobs. So, maybe that's down the road a little bit, but we'll train him up good.
His mother played college softball and is now a high school basketball coach and a teacher. Always a bigger kid as the background continues introduced to football at the age of 5, started playing Pee-wee football at 7 years old, coached by his pops. Avid basketball player throughout his childhood as well. A lot of AAU basketball, played for Kevin Durant's team in the DC area, which helped him get noticed by top area high school programs coming out. So you look at, we beat the drum about this all the time, Wayne. It's one thing that I get so disappointed about with the development of players is the cross training. That's one of my favorite things, is to find out the other sports that guys have been able to play. One, you talk about the injury deal. It's different muscle groups you're using to play in those different competitive sports, but also competitive nature is a thing that you just can't teach. And the only way to do it is by flexing that muscle and by playing other sports.
And Billy, this. We're seeing so much now specialization on the youth level of sports is what you're talking about. And I think that really is a disservice to the athlete, to the kid, because a lot of the best players we see on the NFL are guys who played basketball. Maybe they wrestled. Obviously, if you're a lineman, you want to have wrestling background. That helps a lot. But playing other sports at a young age, if you got a 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old kid, let him play all the sports he wants or she wants, because when when they do come to a point where they specialize, whether it's basketball or football or baseball, whatever it is, when you get to that point a little bit later on in their childhood, then they're more well-rounded as an athlete.
Yeah,
That's
totally.
the thing. This specialization, well, hey, 7 years old, he's going to be a basketball player. Well, he may have peaked out at 10 years old in terms of height.
No
now
doubt
what are you
about it,
doing?
yeah.
You know? So I just think our system on the youth level is very much flawed. But the thing about it is, athletic ability like cream will rise to the top. And eventually, if you're good enough, you'll make it, even though our system, in my opinion, going down into the lower levels is flawed. I mean, the youth levels, in many respects, it's flawed.
And a lot of times it's about who's ended up paying the most money to the different coaches and programs that are getting onto certain spots. And I think like this one too, you look at Dennis Sutton as a former 5-star recruit coming out of high school. One of my favorite things is to hear in a locker room, my high school team would have kicked your high school team, right? Like, though seemingly every battle comes into that. When you're that kind of player in high school, you've been thought to be right there at the top. And there can be questions as to, do you feel like you've peaked? Do you feel like you've made it to the spot? As a guy that was a 5-star recruit in high school going in the 4th round, that's not the path that you anticipate. So maybe there is a little bit of jolt and even more motivation. Seemingly a little bit of a slide for Dennis Sutton. He's been sitting up there on the best available players for quite some time on all of the networks. And now he gets his opportunity alongside Micah Parsons, another Penn State edge rusher. I just love that symmetry.
And you wonder also what happened at Penn State last year, James Franklin getting fired, everything else. Just, hey, football is a team sport, folks. It impacts, what impacts the team impacts the individual. And, maybe that's some of what we're seeing with a lot of these Penn State kids. They have a lot of kids in this draft, many of whom are sliding or have slipped lower than we anticipated for their athletic ability. But nonetheless, part of it is the fact that their team didn't have the kind of year that everyone expected. I got to ask you this question. So many of these kids in football have basketball backgrounds. And in fact, many of them would prefer to play basketball if they could.
They'll tell you they were better basketball players.
Yeah.
They weren't, but yeah.
They will tell you that. But there's a reason you're a football player.
Amen.
So, but my point is this. Basketball, is it the footwork? Is it the foot speed you have to have, the change of direction, that type of thing that lends itself well to football?
I think change of direction, Wayne, and the explosiveness,
Yeah.
right? Like the continued, the jumping, the leaping, the
Getting on
aggressiveness.
stick for the offensive rebound, that kind of thing. Going right back
100%,
up.
Going
Yeah.
right back up and being able to, again, fight through a lot of contact when you're one of these guys. It's going to be physical down low. And I think that's one of my favorite parts of it. Conditioning is what it is. You can get that, however, but the competitiveness and the repeated explosiveness, I think, is the number one. It's one of the reasons why you see so many edge rushers that are okay basketball players. And they say, hey, brother, you're 6'6".
Yeah.
You're not going to the NBA, but if that 6'6" can put on 25 pounds, you might be able to rush the passer, and we'll see what you can do.
Absolutely.
Will McDonald, the former
I was just going
pick, is another
I was just thinking about him. I called a couple of his high school basketball games, and he was a monster at Waukesha North as a basketball player. But he gets to Iowa State, and he turns into an incredible pass rusher and, first-round draft choice, double-digit sacks last year for the Jets. Will McDonald's a great example of that.
Yeah, so there's a number of them, and excited to see how that continues to add up. Malik Muhammad, another guy that we've been talking about quite a bit, just goes to the Chicago Bears with the 124th pick. That's a pair of different Bears selections that I had very much enjoyed the prospect coming out. So now I'm going to have to hate these guys. Logan Jones, Malik Muhammad, going to have to be dead to me. That's a tough deal. That's what's fun about the draft. You build up draft crushes, as my friend Aaron Nagler says, just to have them all shot down once they go to division rivals. Like our guy Big Citrus, Dominique Orange, is going to be wearing purple next year. That's not going to sound right, Wayne, if he makes any plays and you got to say Big Citrus in the interior
Big
with
Citrus.
the tackle. That's going to be upsetting.
Oh, I agree. I mean, for that reason, we think Goody should have jumped up in the draft and taken him, for God's sake. For that reason.
Come on, Goody. All of these intangibles and hand size and quickness. Think about the name and the marketability.
Big Citrus. My goodness. In the middle of your defense.
I don't know. Do they have a Tropicana endorsement? They would have if they would have had Big Citrus. 877-794-1973. I mean, Ed Policy was talking about finding new revenue streams. We're trying to find you some revenue.
We're working at it, man.
We're doing it overtime, and if you need any help and you want to, people always say waive the consulting fee. They got enough money. We'll take the consulting fee over here as well. He's the voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee. Doug Russell's at Lambeau Field. We're produced by Hunter Baumgart. I'm Billy Schmid of Packers OT and The Huddle. We'll continue in a moment. Oh, former Badger Skylar Bell goes 125 wide receiver to the Buffalo Bills, transferred to UConn, and had himself a phenomenal career as a UConn Husky. And anybody that thought he was a middling wide receiver at Wisconsin, he's now a 4th-round pick. Second in FBS last year with over 1,200 receiving yards. Skylar Bell was a problem there for the Huskies.
4th-rounder like Shim.
Exactly right. Just like Shimray DK. And potentially has some return ability like DK did last year, Doug. No doubt about it. So that's a good spot for him. And he's going to have Josh Allen throwing him the football. Bolitnikoff Award finalist. First player with Wisconsin Badger ties to go here in the 4th round. All right, stay with us. More reaction on the NicoletLaw.com talking text line, as well as in the chat here on YouTube, Facebook, and X. Second screening with us. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin's coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Welcome to the Irish Institute of Music and Song here in Ireland. I'm singer-songwriter Gavin James, and the pick is in.
Oh, nice. Wow.
With the 120th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Denai Dennis Sutton, defensive end, Penn State.
Go back up.
Go back up.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
We are back with you on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin. I'm Bill Schmid, voice of the Green Bay Packers. Wayne Larrivee right here. Doug Russell's in Green Bay momentarily. Stepping to a cell phone nearest him is going to be the newest Green Bay Packer, Denai Dennis Sutton. He's taken with the 120th pick in the NFL draft. That's the 20th pick in the 4th round. And he ends up going as a true pass rusher edge guy, over 6'5", nearly 260 pounds, rocked the 33 at Penn State. It's all about, as Doug Russell said, number one, and a Penn State product goes to the place where maybe the most famous right now Penn State edge rusher is rushing the passer in Micah Parsons. We're going to hear from Denai Dennis Sutton coming up momentarily. Last couple of picks off of the board that wrap up round number 4. Well, you still have about 7 to 12 picks here in the 4th round, with a bunch of compensatory picks here back end of the 4th round. But Kayla Marams goes linebacker from TCU. Mentioned Skylar Bell before the timeout as well. And Mike Washington Jr., 2 picks after the Packers go, the Arkansas running back who blazed through the combine, Wayne, on that 40-yard dash, runs to Las Vegas. And, man, they have really added a number of quality prospects and players, not only in the free agent market. They had a huge free agency period. Obviously, Mendoza starts it off, but the Raiders started this 4th round by grabbing McCoy, the corner from Tennessee. Injury question, no doubt about it, but felt like the greatest value. And I think you and I have been talking about the value here at the running back spot. 4th round for a guy that we thought might be gone in round number 2.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. Mike Washington, who you've been on him all weekend. Jermod McCoy, the injured cornerback, who might be the most talented cornerback in this draft, also 4th round draft choice to the Raiders. Working backwards, Kieran Crawford out of Auburn, the edge rusher. Obviously they pick up Mendoza. A lot of picks for this Raiders team, but they're making over that roster. I mean, what did New England do last year? They had 30 new players they added last year, and it was held up well for them getting all the way to the Super Bowl. The Raiders in a similar position to the Patriots, drafting high, needed to change a lot of things, a lot of money under the cap, and they've done some work.
I'm also excited to see how Clint Kubiak puts his fingerprints on that team. A guy that has been around a number of different organizations, obviously does it with Seattle last year, calling the plays, but Wayne, he's not people hear the name and a lot of people have thought a lot of different things. But the Kubiaks are in football this long because they know football. They also know how to treat and connect with players. And I'm excited to see him get this opportunity.
Yeah. I am too. I think he's going to be a good head coach. And, the Raiders appear to be operating at a lot more efficiency than they have in the last couple of decades. And It's been decades now. The end of the Al Davis run was not pretty. It was not pretty. He was drafting everybody that ran under 4.40. If you ran an under 4.40, you get drafted by the Raiders. And now there's a little more thought process going into putting this team together, it seems like. I think they're going to improve a lot. The Giants going to step up and improve a lot. The Jets are going to improve. I don't know how much that means, how many games they're going to win. But I can tell you the Giants are a team that I'm looking at, and through this draft and through the offseason, watching what they've done, I think they've got a chance to step to the next level because they put a lot of good pieces in place last year.
Yep, okay. I agree. And Wayne, the Giants win 4 games last year. I think they're the easiest double their win total team right now. Some people, 8 and 9. That's a great. Well, it's a marked improvement when you're looking at being a cellar dweller for as long as they've been. And the Raiders, it's going to be hard. And I'm with you. I don't know in terms of wins and losses what it will look like because that division is a beast out there in the AFC West. But I do think they're going to be much improved, and neither of those teams are going to be fun to play later on into the year. Connor Liu, center from Auburn, goes off of the board here at pick 128. Bo Stevens, another Iowa offensive lineman, hanging out there. Bryce Lance, a fascinating wide receiver from North Dakota State. If you're looking at the wide receiver position, we talked about running back quite a bit, Wayne. I would be I'm fascinated to see who takes the flyer on Lance. That's the brother of Trey Lance. And wide receiver from North Dakota State. Obviously, the Packers like the one they grabbed a couple of years ago. And Lance is in the similar make and model, big physical guy, but hasn't been tested against, top flight corners. And that he showed up at the Senior Bowl, no doubt about it, but there's still obvious questions.
And he ran a good 40. I mean, 4.39 40. Like you said, his brother Trey, the quarterback who was drafted number 3 overall by the 49ers in 2021. And again, why did the 49ers fail? Why did Kyle Shanahan fail? Well, Trey Lance had about 4 throws in him in his entire college career going into that draft. He had played very little. They banked the whole kit and caboodle on him. And if it wasn't for their 7th round pick, the last pick in that draft, those guys wouldn't have jobs right now.
It's really one of the incredible feats of this draft, isn't it?
Yeah.
This whole thing, it can completely turn, and you can botch so horrendously the trade of a franchise. Like 3 first-round picks for a quarterback, and he is absolute cheeks. But luckily, the last guy taken ends up saving your
Brock
bacon
Purdy
and taking you to a
saves their
Super Bowl.
bacon, and all those guys still have jobs.
Yeah,
it's amazing. And this was Trey Lance was Shanahan's pick. So we're talking about Trey Lance, but Bryce Lance, the North Dakota State receiver, 4.39 40, and interesting because a lot of people now he pales in comparison to Christian Watson, but Watson came out of North Dakota State, right?
100%.
Those guys who can run. They've got some people up there now. The problem with projecting receivers out of North Dakota State is they run the football.
100%.
But the one thing those receivers will do, they will block for the run, which on the NFL level is an underappreciated trait for a wide receiver.
And it's sad that the Packers weren't able to take advantage of how good they were able to block on the outside and how good of a blocker Christian Watson was on the outside, because they couldn't block up front. That was the issue in 2025. Maybe they rectify that later on into this draft. All right, we got Denai Dennis Sutton live now here meeting with media in Green Bay.
Hey, Denai, congratulations. Micah Parsons already threw you up on his Instagram story. Just what do you think about becoming teammates with another great Penn State pass rusher?
Yeah, I think it's really cool. Obviously, he's the best in the league. And, it's really cool to be alongside him and, get the opportunity to play for the Packers. So I'm excited.
Bill Huber.
Hey, Denai, congratulations. Do you know him at all? Do you know him well? Have you talked to him? Any of those things?
Obviously, everybody knows who Micah is. So, I know who he is. But obviously, I didn't play with him at Penn State. But he's came back a couple times and, I've spoken to him, things like that. But, I do know who he is.
Mike Spofford.
Hey, Denai, congratulations. Obviously, this team's going to be waiting for Micah to get back from his knee injury, lost a couple of edge rushers in the offseason trade and free agency. What do you think of your opportunity here coming in as a rookie?
Right now, I'm just doing whatever I can do to be ready for camp coming up. And, I'm excited for the opportunity and whatever team needs me to do, I'm willing to do, and I'm excited. So I think everything's going to be fine. And like I said, I'm excited to be a Packer now.
Lee French. Hey, Denai, congratulations. I'm just curious, what kind of has the day been like for you? Where did you spend kind of the draft? And then what was it like just to, get the call from the Packers?
Can you repeat the question, please? I didn't hear the first part.
I was just curious what your draft day was like. Who are you with? Where are you? And then what was it like to get the call from the Packers?
Draft day was really good. Obviously, it's a dream come true, so it's exciting. And then, once I saw a Green Bay call, I was super excited. Obviously, I knew Micah was on the team, and we have a great defense and a great team as well. So I was super excited for the opportunity. But just here right now with friends and family, just enjoying the moment.
Jacob Wessendorf.
Hey, Denai, congratulations. At cleanup last year, Micah Parsons said that he wanted the guys to be ready to do more than what their job requires. And something like that for you that you've already done was playing in your bowl game. And you said you wouldn't understand not playing, even if that is kind of the trend of the current game of college football. So just what does football mean to you? How much do you love it versus how much do you need it?
Yeah, I love and I need football. Football for me has always been an outlet. It's been something, for me to, express who I am. Anybody knows me, I'm very emotional and exciting guy. So football is a way for me to sort of express that and have fun. It's, my favorite time of the day is when I'm going out to, football practice and playing on Saturdays, which would now be Sundays, and going out there and making plays. So, yeah, I live, and breathe football. Like I said, it's something I've done since I was a little boy. So I'm just excited now to do it for the Green Bay Packers.
Michael Gross.
Hey, Denai, congratulations. The director of player personnel, John Wojciechowski with the Packers, said that you just have a knack for getting to the football. Where does that come from, and that uncanny ability to be able to just get to the football and get to the quarterback?
I'd say really pass rushing has always been something that I've been natural at doing, and things like that. But yeah, I agree. I feel like, just attacking the football is something that, just like you said, comes natural. Yeah, just going for the ball, punching the ball. At Penn State, Coach Franklin, he did a great job of preaching the ball is the program. So on offense, preaching ball security, and on defense, attacking the football. And we work it every single day in practice. And those are game-changing plays. Sacks are great, but strip sacks are better. Forced fumbles are better. And that's the type of player I try and be. So just being conscious of that and making it part of, muscle memory is how you really get better at those things.
Mike Spofford.
What makes you so good at blocking kicks?
I feel like it's very similar to pass rush. If you've ever been out there, usually on punt, usually got one guy trying to block you. So if you usually beat that one guy, and then you beat the shield or something like that, usually block the kick, put the hand on the foot is what we're taught. Coach Lustig, special teams coordinator at Penn State, does a great job of teaching me different techniques on how to get to the punter. So yeah, I just view it as pass rush, beat my guy, and then instead of sacking the quarterback, just put my hands on the foot. And that's how I had multiple picks this year.
Bill Huber.
Yeah, how did you handle the last 24 hours? I'm guessing that maybe there was some expectation on your end that you'd be a third round or a day 2 pick, and you weren't. How did you handle that? Is that the kind of thing that's going to leave a chip on your shoulder?
Yeah, it definitely leaves a chip on my shoulder. Once again, I'm just happy to be a Packer. But, obviously, we all want to go pretty high and things like that. But, I didn't. But now I'm a Green Bay Packer. So I'm just excited to get to work, man. I'm excited for next week and see what we can do this year.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, is that the like overnight where you kind of ticked off about it, or is that something you just kind of roll off your chest because you can't control? I guess, how did you handle that part of it?
Obviously, I think everybody is disappointed. If you don't go right away or when you're expecting to go. I'm a confident guy, so I feel as though I'm the best and deserve to be one of the best. But things didn't go that way, and now I just got an opportunity. My biggest thing is just give me an opportunity. Now I had the opportunity to play in the NFL and go to a great organization and things like that. So for me, like I said, man, I can't control it, and sort of just keep on moving and just take the energy I have, any type of anger or whatever it may be, into next week and moving forward and use it to my benefit.
Mike Spofford.
Yeah, Denai, in sort of this college football world where guys are transferring all over the place, do you think it served you well to stay in one place all 4 years? And how do you feel, if so, how do you feel that helped your development?
Yeah, I feel like it did. Obviously, I played with a bunch of NFL guys and legit guys. So I think it was good for me to learn behind those guys. And then obviously my past 2 years starting, I had a really good career there. So I felt like it taught me a lot as far as how to earn my way, earn my right to be on the field and be a star. And yeah, I think it benefited me as opposed to transferring because I'm behind 2 legit guys. I don't know if I would be the same guy I am today.
Ellie French.
Denai, besides Micah obviously being here, what else do you know just about like the current Packers team and also maybe the history too?
Obviously, there's a bunch of great guys that play for the Packers, and obviously another thing I want to do is go to a good team, a winning team, and that's what Green Bay is. So yeah, I'm very thankful for the opportunity for the Green Bay Packers. I know they're a great organization, great team. And obviously, my teammate or former alumni Micah is there. So yeah, I'm super excited and thankful.
Any other questions for Denai? Oh, we have one more. Hold on one second. Go ahead, Ryan Wood. Go ahead, Ryan.
Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan. All right, Ryan Wood missed his chance. Sorry about that. Deny Dennis Sutton. You heard him here on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin's coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers, right there. I'm Billy Schmid. Again, another really well-spoken individual, speaks to the relationship or maybe the lag thereof that he has with Micah Parsons. I do like the fact that he felt like maybe the question was, do I know who Micah Parsons is? I think we all know who Micah Parsons is. Like, yeah, I think if I didn't know who Micah Parsons is, maybe I'm playing the wrong sport. But it's going to be fun to be able to see one of the best Penn State pass rushers help mentor the newest Packers edge rusher. Dennis Sutton is the name, and we're going to hear from our friend Aaron Nagler of Cheesehead TV. He's going to join the conversation to discuss the Packers picks of the entire day, of the entire weekend, and where else have some of his draft crushes ended up. Aaron Nagler joins us coming up. Wayne Larrivee's right there. I'm Billy Schmid. Doug Russell is in our network studio in Lambeau Field. We've got you covered wall to wall across the state of Wisconsin. You're listening to it on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin.
You are listening to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. The picks are rolling in, so let's get back to the guys. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
We welcome you back to the 2026 NFL Draft coverage here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Sports betting oasis for fans everywhere. Dozens of sports betting kiosks, food, drink, monster video wall, place to watch all the games, chance for you to become a legend, and also chance for you to get a ride to and from Brewers and Pirates later on here today with a same-day sportsbook bet or a sportsbook dining purchase. More information online at potawatomi.com/sportsbook. Voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee's right there. I'm Billy Schmid. Leaping into the studios is our friend Armin Sari, and you're going to hear from the adorable Armenian later on into our production here today. But now joining us, the man behind Carry the G, the man that carries the G with you 365, because they are dedicated to Green Bay Packers fans worldwide. And it went worldwide with the 4th round selection for the Green Bay Packers, Aaron Nagler. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday, and thanks for joining us after Deny Dennis Sutton becomes the newest Green Bay Packer. What did you think right out of the jump?
Love it. I mean, it's almost, not quite, but almost a one-for-one swap with the departure of Kingsley and Igbare. You put this kid right in there, he's going to get an opportunity, certainly early. You got to think with Micah Parsons missing those first 4 games, most likely, probably on PUP. I'm not saying this kid's going to come in and play 100% of the snaps or anything like that, but certainly he's going to have an opportunity to be in the mix and be that rotational guy early on in the season if he shows up and does what he's supposed to do at camp. You know, I love it. Brian's having a hell of a weekend. I'm on board 1,000,000,000%.
Yeah, you got to like the cornerback and again, the defensive lineman they picked up, Chris McClellan. Those are the 2 areas when I looked at this team, cornerback has to be better. I don't think there's any question about that. But they've got to get somebody to stop the run up front, and they need a nose tackle type guy, a guy who can at least project into that role if they're going to play more 3-4 defense. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely, especially on the early downs. It's going to be interesting to see how they deploy some of this personnel, right? And we still haven't heard from Jonathan Gannon. It would be nice to have that press conference at some point and hear from our new defensive coordinator, but there's no doubt you look at his time either with the Eagles or down there in Arizona as far as certainly some of the more kind of 3-4 type looks that he's utilized throughout his career as a D coordinator or a play caller, game designer. You absolutely 1,000% need one of those bigger body guys, an athlete who can take up space, take on those double teams, etc. But Wayne, the Green Bay Packers are never, ever, especially with a premium pick, going to utilize that, pull the trigger on a kid who only does one thing or is only a space eater, right? I love his upside. He's got athleticism. He's got the ability to get some quick disruption up front. It's never going to be one-dimensional where the Packers are concerned. Love the fit. Interested to see him once we get out there this summer and, how if he's able to hit the ground running. Because you guys know, defensive line in general, that jump from college to the pros, it's a bit different, man. It can take some time. It can take a bit.
Nags, you're so right. People talk about it all the time. The closer you are to the ball, the tougher it is to adjust to that next level of football. And this kid is going to play essentially right over the ball. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I think what excited Milt Hendrickson, who talked last night, and Brian Gutekunst is the versatility of this kid. Okay, he can play the nose tackle spot. He can play the 3 technique, that kind of thing. They even felt like they could maybe in a jumbo package move him to end and play him there a little bit, not every down, but, that kind of thing. And so I think they love the athlete that they have here, the length that he has. And the other thing about the cornerback also, Cisse is a little over 6 feet. The thing you have to like, well, he's right at 6 feet.
I was going to say, feels like maybe you're
6
stretching
feet.
just a bit there, Wayne.
I'm looking at it. ESPN thing has him at 6 feet. And,
that feels generous.
On all of these listings, you can shave off at least an inch, and that gets you more to what he really is.
Yeah.
That gets you closer to accuracy.
What's an inch amongst
But
friends?
the kid has the long arms. So he looks longer. He looks bigger when you watch him on tape. You know what I mean?
I like his ability to get his hands on guys, no doubt about it. I love how he plays through the play.
Yes.
Like to see a little bit more ball production, but the way that he at least competes, goes after the ball, certainly roughing guys up when the ball's arriving. How many times have we seen guys in the Packers secondary over the course of the last 2-3 years where, man, they've got space, they've got time and space to operate? Give me anything regarding ball skills, pass breakups, things like that. His pass breakup percentage is one of the highest in college football last year. I'm in on that. The idea that, okay, he's probably going to compete right away for something in the rotation as far as, dime looks and things like that. Who knows, man? If he competes and, comes in, hits the ground running in camp, we are all aware that there will be opportunities to play given what we've seen in the secondary at corner in Green Bay over the course of the last couple seasons.
And the other thing, I think they're really excited about Cisse, the cornerback, folks, because he's just 20 years old. They feel like his best football is ahead of him, or it should be. Let me put it that way.
Yep.
And, a lot of the draft, Nags, is about ceiling. It's about, how high is the ceiling for this player to get to? Whether he gets there or not, that gets down to coaching in more respects than not. But the ceiling on these kids is a big part of why they go where they go.
I'm so glad you brought that up because I do think it's so funny as far as how the draft is covered now. Leading up to it, you see so many kind of lists, right? And the idea being, well, these are the guys I like, and these are the guys I hope we get, etc. But so little is talked about because it's the one unknowable thing is fit, situation, and projection. It is all about projection when it comes to how does this guy fit in your system? Who is he going to be playing with? Who are his coaches? What's the scheme? What's he going to be asked to do? And what growth are you expecting to see from this player? And you mentioned he's only 20 years old. The hope would be, you're going to get, and I know Brian kind of jokingly touched on this, but you hope you get another Kenny Clark. A guy like when he's up for his first contract extension, you're thinking, this guy is like still younger than some of the guys in the draft. So that's the hope there. You've got this guy long term, and he's only just started to scratch the surface of his potential.
Especially in a draft, guys, that's just littered with older players, right? Littered with guys that are 23, 24 years old. They've grabbed a 20-year-old and two 22-year-olds, right? And a couple of guys.
There are sixth-year seniors coming into this draft. I mean, Brian talked about it at the comment. There's still guys who are like coming off of the COVID year as far as guys who went back to college because of the COVID season, etc.
Yeah.
That's still occurring. So to get a 20-year-old in this draft, I'll take that. That's pretty good.
Listen, I wanted to stay in college for 7 years.
Exactly.
They were going to pay me to stay in college for 7 years. I would have, right? Like I understand these guys, Nags, suing to stay in college. If I'm going to make more money than a day 3 pick and I get to be a college kid, especially in Oxford, Mississippi, Trinidad, Shamless, I'm doing the exact same thing. Good on you, Nags. Can we keep you for one more time? Appreciate you, brother. There he is, Aaron Nagler, hanging out with us here from Carry the G Radio. He's gonna grab a Carry the G or more responsible beverage. It looks like a warm beverage in that cup.
Absolutely, sir.
Responsible young man. Responsible young man. We're being responsible over here as well. Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers. I'm Billy Schmid. Armin Sarian has entered the chat. You can enter it as well as we enter our number 3 of day 3's coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Day 3 of the NFL's biggest offseason event is underway. Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft.
There's always times, I think, in different drafts where maybe you look to move out of some of those picks if you can get next year's picks.
Draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Potawatomi Sportsbook is the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere, with dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall, and more. It's your place to become a legend.
Make every night legendary.
The picks are in, and we're breaking down every pick as it happens.
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina State.
Sylvian Williams.
Barron Sorrell.
Colin Oliver.
Warren Brinson. Micah Robinson.
John Williams, guard from Cincinnati.
So let's get back to it with the guys.
My, oh my, oh my.
Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Welcome back as we are back with you on the Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin NFL Draft coverage. I'm Bill Schmid, voice of the Green Bay Packers. Wayne Larrivee right there. Armin Sarian has joined the chat, executive producer of Packers football on our network stations here, and the man that has carried the G with you for 2 decades now. And I don't say that to try to call him old. I say that because he gives sage advice and loves hanging out with you on NFL Draft Week. And he is Aaron Nagler of Cheesehead TV, kind enough to join us here today. And Nags, as we've been discussing it throughout the weekend, we've had a lot of draft crushes, right? And I know that's one of your favorite things to discuss going into the draft. Wayne and I have watched a number of our draft crushes go into the division, and it sounds like after following along at Aaron Nagler on the socials, you've had a similar situation. Was it our guy Big Citrus that when he went to the Minnesota Vikings had you rolling over?
No, I actually liked the Packers doing what they did in that regard, and I don't mind. I like the player, but not a draft crush. The one that killed me was Roush, the tight end from Stanford, going to the Bears. I love that player. I was really hoping the Packers would find him available on day 3. So much for that. And this is like when Montgomery came out from Iowa State. He was one of my favorite players in that draft, and the Bears drafted him. So I got to stop having draft crushes is all I know.
Can you tell us a little bit about Roush and why you liked him? Because Wayne and I, admittedly so, we were sitting here saying, don't know a ton about where he's at, but it's a position, especially at tight end, where we had mentioned it. It's kind of a sneaky, especially depth need for the Packers in a spot that I definitely think that they somehow still address.
I got to think they're still looking at tight ends today.
Yeah.
There's zero doubt in my mind. And the thing I liked about Roush, and especially given where the Packers are roster-wise, he's a perfect, or would have been a perfect complement to Tucker Kraft. As far as we've seen with Luke Musgrave, who is talented and can get downfield and do things in the passing game, but when you put him in there alongside Kraft or on his own, he is not an inline guy. And you are definitely to your detriment, especially in the run game, when it comes to any of the blocking aspects of the game. I'm not saying Roush is going to just come in and just level NFL dudes right out of the gate, but he certainly got a more well-rounded game and would at least allow Matt LaFleur to call some of that more 2 tight end stuff. And you've seen the way the league is going, the way that 2 and 3 tight end sets have become a real way for NFL offenses to combat all the athletes on the defensive side of the ball, try to get them in base and then take advantage in the passing game. Roush is that type. So again, I would have loved to see him in Green Bay. Really hate that he's in Chicago.
Yeah, and do you see him more as he wasn't a prolific receiver in college, although he had 49 receptions last year. He can catch the ball.
Decent year, but not great. Yeah.
But what do you see him as? Is he more of an inline tight end? Is that I assume that's what you're looking at here?
Absolutely.
Because he's got the dimension, 6'6", 267.
Yep. No question. And again, you can utilize him in every facet of the game. It's not a tell when he's in there the way it is with Musgrave, because that's the thing. Once you see Luke Musgrave on the field, you know he's not taking advantage of you as a blocker. If you are lined up across from him as a defensive end or an edge rusher, you know you most likely have the advantage. He can definitely get things done downfield. There's no taking that away from him. But he's entering the last year of his rookie deal. They are undoubtedly going to sign Tucker Kraft to a pretty significant extension. You need another talented player at that position, and that's not to take anything away from Josh Wiley, etc. But I will be very surprised if we get out of this weekend and they don't
Yeah.
address that position.
No, that's a good point. But tight ends, I mean, it's amazing to me, Nags, tight ends have been going very frequently in this
way
draft.
more than I
mean,
thought they would early in this draft.
absolutely.
I totally agree.
Absolutely. Sadiq, Kenyon Sadiq was the only tight end going in the first round, but boy, in the second, third, fourth, there have been some tight ends flying off the board. And a lot of it has to do, Billy and I were talking about this earlier, a lot of it's Sean McVay. I mean, he runs all this three tight end stuff, and now all these other guys sitting there, well, we need to run three tight end
He's
stuff.
doing it. I have to.
Right.
For
What's
God's
funny
sake,
is
that drives me nuts.
You did see some of that even in season last year, even with the Packers. Like they're coming off of the game against Philadelphia, where that was hard to watch on offense. I mean, it was like, are they aware that the forward pass has been invented? They get to New York, and suddenly you do see some of that three tight end stuff. And now I think Musgrave had an unfortunate game in New York, but that was the game where Wiley kind of got involved for the first time. And suddenly you saw the rest of the league start to do some of this multiple tight end stuff that, to your point, McVay had kind of been forced to go to because of injuries on his squad.
All right, Nags. Now, we've seen Luke Musgrave a couple of years now. And again, unfortunately for him, he's been injured in, a fairly
Quite
amount.
a bit. Quite
a bit. Okay, you're right. I was trying to pedal it soft, and I appreciate you.
Don't be so nice.
I appreciate you, man.
You are going to pedal it soft for the
So we gotta tell
organization.
him.
I get it. I'm going to be the one who's going to come in and may take the varnish off a little.
All right,
That's my
Luke Musgrave. Is there something different that they can do with him that they haven't done right now, in your opinion?
I think they kind of started to unlock it late last season. It's funny because before all the misgivings we have with his game, as far as the blocking aspect of it has never been a strength, right? And you saw when Tucker went down, they started to try to utilize him somewhat in the same vein as Tucker Kraft, some of the kind of dart stuff into the flat and that, trying to get yak, and that's just not his game. But once you saw him start operating downfield against the Bears, against the Lions, he had a couple of catches where, deep corner routes and things of that nature, man, that's where he cooks. That's where he can be valuable. The problem, again, is once he's on the field, if you're a defensive coordinator, you're thinking, okay, now that's the thing I got to guard against. You're not worried about him in the flat. You're not worried about him, even like if he's doing one of the, okay, I'm going to insert block at first and then roll out into the flat and or like an out route. Okay, fine. Catch the ball. I know you're not taking it upfield the way Tucker Kraft does. It's just he's a one-dimensional player. They need more at that position.
Yeah, very interesting in that regard. But I think there's certainly a role, and I think there's a contribution that he can still make. But again, Nags, I also believe, part of what hurt the running game was the loss of Tucker Kraft. And we all focused on, his catching ability, his run after catch and all that. What none of us talked much about was his ability in line to block in the running game. And I think they lost something there in that regard. And they were not a very good running team, in my opinion. I don't know what the numbers ended up being, but, they just weren't getting the kind of production in the ground game that they did the year before. And I think that was part of it.
Oh, big time. And here's the other thing. Like, we talk about the tight end usage and how LaFleur was operating on offense, etc. It's funny because if you go back and watch week 2, the game against the Commanders, they have a big explosive play out of a 3 tight end set up the seam to Tucker Kraft, where they do exactly what we've been talking about when it comes to McVay. They load up the right side of the line. They have 3 tight ends on the field. The Commanders respond, as you would predict, going base, going heavy, expecting a run. And they get Tucker on a seam route, and he's gone, right? But because you're worried about his blocking ability, because you know that he can dominate at the line of scrimmage, and you are worried about the Packers running the football, that changes the dynamic where, to your point, you take Tucker out of there, and you're not worried about the Packers tight ends. You're not worried about them road grading you and Josh Jacobs getting ahead of steam. You know you can control the line of scrimmage on the edge with whoever else the Packers are putting out there. So, yeah, man, I very much agree. And that's one of the reasons why I will be surprised if they don't look tight end here on day 3.
Tight end. And the other thing, Nags, I'm thinking here, offensive line. Aren't they going to hit that once or twice?
They have to, right? And this has been traditionally, this has been the day, right? This is when traditionally address it. And they've hit on some really good picks on day 3, whether it's Corey
Oh,
Linsley
yeah.
back in the day, David Bakhtiari, etc. They've done work on day 3. So, yeah, that is one of 2, I believe. No, I think it's the final draft crush of mine that is available still. It's Burton out of Kentucky, the center, who I think could play all 3 spots in Green Bay. He's still available. That's the one I'm still, got my fingers crossed, hoping for. We'll see. I'm not holding my breath.
Now, Nags, you might not have to hold your breath because Wayne has breathed some life back into my love of Jacob Monk and has reminded me a couple of times, like, hey, you keep looking at these centers and interior offensive linemen. What about a guy that they developed from a number of years ago? And that could still be, we talk about their improvement from within potentially having to be where they add in more of these guys because they just don't have that many picks.
Billy, you and I have talked about it quite a few times on the Carry the G Radio, the podcast, where we both love Jacob Monk and we both are rooting for Jacob Monk. And I'm telling you what, Jacob Monk truthers, that Week 18 game in Minnesota, even touched on by the general manager the other day, where he talked about how he played well in Minnesota in Week 18. Man, you got to hope that's right. You got to hope that's the trajectory. You got to hope that's the truth, because last summer, Billy, you guys were out there. It was an inconsistent affair for young Mr. Monk. So hopefully that season progression, what we saw Week 18, he picks up right where he left off when we get out there at Ray Nitschke Field this summer.
There's a number of different places to go. Aaron Nagler of Cheesehead TV hanging out with us here on the 2026 NFL draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin. Now, he spent a lot of time talking offense. Fellas, they went 3 defensive players. And it's funny to think of like where they were last year. And we've talked about it throughout the weekend. Aaron, I don't know exactly how you fall in on it. Jeff Hafley becoming a little bit of a star of the weekend, right? Jeff Hafley and John Eric Sullivan flexing some muscle. They're looking good. We're getting a lot of shots of their war room. They have so many different picks. Hafley had a presence and a conversation ability to converse to the level where you're like, that guy is going to be a head coach. You really dig into the numbers and where they ranked across the NFL last year. The production wouldn't have mirrored the interest, right, that ended up coming with him. So they obviously had to improve there. I don't know. I anticipated they'd be able to improve at 3 different positions. Where else do you think that they still need to hit here for you to feel like they're coming out of this a much better defense and one that can help you compete into this NFC?
I still think cornerback is on the board, so to speak. I think that's still a position they're going to continue to look at. I'm not going to say they're going to, do multiple picks here on day 3, but we've seen in Brian's past, especially, where he is unafraid to take the same position multiple times in one draft. And I think at cornerback, look, it's twice now between the combine and his pre-draft presser. Gutekunst has name-checked the cornerback group twice. One time unprompted, where we need competition there. And to my eyes, it's, I know that a lot of people after the Cisse selection were talking, he's a day 1 starter. Like, look, the jump is so big from college to the NFL. You cannot, to my mind, you can't make that declaration right away. You got to see him on the field a little bit against NFL competition before you start talking like that. But I will say, we've certainly, and you alluded to it earlier, man, there were way too many games last year, the last 2 years really, where when a team needs a bucket, right? When it's 3rd and 5, 8, whatever, and they know they can man up one of Green Bay's corners. They got their man beater called. They got their perfect call in a situation where they know they're going to get their best receiver on this corner or that corner in Green Bay. Completion. It's a bucket. They know they've got it. That has got to stop. And that's where the competition in that room, the talent floor, if nothing else, has to be raised. There has to be more competition in the cornerback room. And again, Brian flat out said this, and I totally agree. So that's where I think, I would not be surprised if they are not done at corner.
At cornerback, and I think a couple of offensive linemen, another cornerback at some point here, and probably maybe a tight end if there's somebody here they like later this afternoon. Can't agree with you more on the corners. And, the pass rush opposite Micah Parsons is concerning. Barron Sorrell is a guy I'm really rooting for, really like him. I think he showed some flashes last year. I think he might be able in year 2. He's the kind of guy I look at that can maybe make a nice jump.
Yes.
I love what they did with McClellan on the interior of that defensive line. Got to get bigger, faster, stronger on the interior of the defensive line to stop the run. Nags, you're so right. Even 2 years ago, Hafley, a lot of, what Hafley, the aura around Jeff Hafley was the tremendous job he did 2 years ago with the Packers defense.
Totally.
And that aura, the national guys all throughout this past season were talking about it based on what they saw the year before, not what they were seeing this year.
Yep.
But nonetheless, Hafley is my guy. Love him. Love him like a brother. And I really think he's outstanding. And the thing that struck me when I first started talking to him and got to know him a little bit, this guy's a head coach. He's a head coach. And I think he's going to do some, if given the opportunity, will be doing some really good things in Miami. But I thought his work in Green Bay defensively was very good. Last year, was there a drop-off? Yeah, but they had some injuries. You
that
lose
was the
Micah
other thing,
Parsons,
right?
you lose
Yeah.
Kenny Clark, you lose Devontae Wyatt. I'm sorry. That's those excuse, but fact too.
Excuse and explanation, right? That's my favorite way of always saying that, Nags. It can also be an excuse, but it
Excuse
can
and
also,
explanation. I
right?
like
It
that.
ends up being a fact.
I'm going to write that down, Billy. I'm going to use that.
Pearls.
I'm gonna try putting it on
And I
t-shirts
have no
over here.
intention of attributing it to you. None.
He charges for that, Wayne.
You shouldn't.
Billy charges for that now.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
I guess so. Well,
you're not wrong either. As far as it's so difficult, people talk about the drop off because of the injuries, right? Man, you try calling defense against an NFL offense and NFL play callers when they know you're kind of calling a game with one arm tied behind your back, talent wise. Like there's no shade on the guys that were out there, but man, you knew you needed to upgrade at a number of different positions, and that's what this draft is reflecting. And what's interesting is how much, like, after everything you talk about and hear about in the draft and it's long-term investing, which is true, 100% true, especially when you're taking 20-year-olds in the draft. But man, this draft lines up with a team that is in win now mode and a team that has expectations of making a deep playoff run, a run to the Super Bowl. Well, yeah, you got to bolster these positions, especially defensively, that have hampered you. It's funny, too, when you look at the fact that last year we went into last year's draft talking, they need a defensive tackle. They need a cornerback. And they took 2 wide receivers and an offensive lineman to start the proceedings. So this is the year where they thought, okay, yeah, we're competing this window here, the next 2 years. It's a championship window. We need players at our positions of need.
Aaron Nagler, the franchise player and face of Cheesehead TV, and is with us. And, Nags, I got to tell you, you bring up such a great point. Last year, I don't know about you, but I still haven't gotten over the 2 games in Chicago where
Far from it.
undermanned. I felt the Packers went into those games undermanned. And I understand Goody doesn't agree with me, and maybe nobody in Green Bay would. They were undermanned. They went in there. I thought the coaching staff did a tremendous job in all 3 phases. Got their players, put their players in a position to win. They outcoached the Bears coaching staff twice in those games, guys. But the players went in there, outplayed them. They played their asses off in those games. They had 10-point leads in the fourth quarter, and then to lose both games. I still don't know how they did that, and I still can't get over it, Nags. I don't know about you.
Man. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I will say, I agree with you up to a point. I think both times it's very unfortunate the regular season loss, because if Romeo Doubs just falls on that ball on the onside,
Exactly.
you're playing a playoff game in Lambeau instead of down in
totally
Soldier
different
Field.
story. Yep.
But the playoff game, that's where I quibble a little bit, because you're not wrong as far as their preparation. Obviously, the execution in the first half to go up 21-3. But I'll tell you what, and it's not just LaFleur. I know everyone hangs this on Matt for good reason. He's the head coach. The buck stops with him. But I'll tell you what, Dennis Allen, the defensive coordinator for the Bears, handed LaFleur and his offensive staff their lunch in the second half of that game. As far as how many 3-and-outs did you have? How many times did you see defensive backs blitzing and the Packers had no idea what to do with it? Again, but that's the one drive, okay, fine. But Allen kept sending it, and for whatever reason, LaFleur and his staff did not adjust very well until it was too late. That's where I think this offseason, when you hear about LaFleur talking about, we're stripping it back, going back to year one, we're totally looking at the offense from the ground up. I think there's good reason for that, because you have to be able to adjust a lot quicker and a lot better than the Packers offensive staff did in that playoff game.
Yeah, and the other factor is, again, finishing, and Matt has talked about that going into this year. That's the theme, finishing. You know, and the point is, they feel like they have the people to finish. There's no doubt about that.
I totally
But
agree.
that becomes an intangible. And we hear this cliche all the time. Well, this team just knows how to win. No, they just believe
they could win. Yeah, and learn enough
You know?
ways to be able to come back in games. And that was one thing, guys, that was the complete opposite way to the point. Like, the Bears had found ways to win all of these games that were late into the fourth quarter, and that becomes a skill of your team when also the Packers' skill seemingly was finding damn ways to lose the game late into the game when you start stacking it up later into the year. But I think about it and talk about finish, Wayne. There's that great Game Day films or Game Day mic'd up, whatever it was, caught LaFleur on the sideline right after the Romeo Doubs fumbled or botched onside kick saying, come on, close this thing out. Still have an opportunity to close it out. That's the moment where all of the conversation is big, but gotta be able to call timeout, burn it. No, now is the time to finish. Everything that's gone down doesn't matter at this point because they still need to go score a touchdown to be able to win, to tie the football game at the point. It's very frustrating. I'm really glad we ripped that scab open.
Well, yeah, sure.
I'm really glad we ripped that scab open because now I am pissed off.
All over again.
Billy, leave it to me to open that scab.
Well,
for
I'm glad you did,
Anytime.
though, because you're right. It's
Anytime.
crazy to think that those are 2 of the 5 losses you closed the season out with.
Well, here's the thing to remember, and I talked about this on Cheesehead TV about a month ago when this was the conversation, right? Because LaFleur was asked about it at the owners' meetings. Man, you can talk about the will to win or believing you can win, and that is all true, and there's certainly something to that. But man, there is no greater elixir for a team that is having trouble closing out games than better play up front on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
To me, if you can control the line of scrimmage, you close games out. The Packers didn't and couldn't multiple times last year.
And it's both sides. It's both offense and defense. Yep, no doubt.
D-line, O-line,
Yeah.
1 billion.
Yeah, absolutely. But
Play
the
better
other
up front
factor
to win those games.
And the other factor, though, Nags, and this is what worries me about the damn division, is Caleb Williams is legit, and he makes plays. And by the way, folks, he is maddeningly inconsistent, but boy, they continue to. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a big step up from a mechanical standpoint and a consistency standpoint this year. That quarterback worries me like I'm sure Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers worried the Bears back in the day.
Yeah, and neither of the other 2 quarterbacks worry us, and luckily Kyler Murray will have to see over the offensive line to worry anybody up there in Minnesota. But I'm right there with you, Wayne, because you talk about the belief. Everybody with blue and orange on believed in that 63,000 that was in that stadium, believed that he was going to do it, and at some point, belief is a dangerous thing in the NFL.
He'll still give you a couple, though.
He'll give you a couple. He'll give you a couple, and you got to be able to take advantage of it.
Well, the Rams game.
Yeah.
The Rams playoff game. Oh, that. Absolutely. Exactly what you said, Dax.
Just got to capitalize. Xavier McKinney holds on to picks this year. That's what needs to happen. There we go.
Okay. That's the finger snaps. That's the prediction that we want to have come to fruition, Nags. What about a prediction here as we are within 6
I know we're a little
from the
bit
Packers
away
here.
Man, you know me. I just take an offensive lineman and I'll be happy. I don't even care. I don't care. Just take
Well, then let me throw Billy Schroth out in front of both of you guys. St. Mary's Springs product, Campbell's Port, Wisconsin's own, Notre Dame Fighting Irish guard, captain on a big old C on that chest for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. A lot of places had him on a 3rd and 4th round grade. You'd be grabbing him in the 5th round here. And a Wisconsin-born offensive lineman, that's going to be a hard one to pass up.
All we need right there. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up because you know what they need more than anything else is some enforcers along that line. And I know for the majority of that kind of offensive line projection right now, it's a lot of the same guys. I'll tell you what, I never, ever want to see Jordan Love's head smashed into the turf by an opponent as he's running back to his huddle without the offensive line essentially jumping him. Like the way Jordan Love was kind of left out to dry by his offensive line last year, whether it was that game in Denver, whether it was a couple cheap hits by the Bears, man, I want a reaction. I want guys who you do not breathe on my quarterback after the whistle.
Nags, you bring up a point I privately wondered about as well. Boy, you do. That's got to be
The
instinctive.
Hufunga one in Denver
The worst.
that you need to go and earn multiple unnecessary roughness
Oh, no,
penalties.
you
How
need
would
to
the
rack
earned
that guy
flags
up.
all over the field after that
Yeah.
is beyond me. Remember in
Yeah.
Tennessee, I think it was 2016, when Rodgers kind of got grazed going into the end zone. He ran one in, and there was like a brawl essentially breaking out because they dared to breathe on Rodgers. That's
Yeah.
what you want.
Well, yeah, TJ Lang and those guys. I mean,
Exactly.
Sean
We
Ryan's
need a
got to
little
lead
of
that
that.
charge. You know, we always talk about the offensive line, folks, and you want good guys and good people and all that stuff, but you need a dirtbag or
Yeah,
two,
you need a
especially in the trenches on offense and defense, and a guy who's not afraid to mix it up and would just as soon mix it up.
Yeah,
Like a Ross
I'm
Verba
serious.
type, you know, you need a Ross Verba, Jason Spitz, you know,
Absolutely.
a little Josh sitting in the echo of the whistle.
Yeah, you know, and I know it's a 15-yard penalty coming up, but
I don't care.
Doggone it, the tone you set makes all the difference.
You know what? Then you just have to make sure it is. You just have to make sure you earn it enough to be an unnecessary and an offsetting. You just got to piss somebody off. You just got to earn it to be an offsetting. Make sure that you piss somebody off enough on that side that they take one over to you as well.
Hell yeah.
Nags, we can't thank you enough, man. Thank you so much for the time, dude. Enjoy the rest of round number 5, 6, and 7.
Yes,
And we can't wait to be talking more on Carry the G Radio, the podcast. And also, I know, check out the Ed Policy conversation, but what else can we be previewing at Cheese Ed TV?
That's it, man. Yeah, we're 365. We never stop. We're all Packers all the time. And yeah, please, if you haven't, check out our conversation with Ed Policy from earlier this week.
That was a great get. Great get by you guys. Outstanding.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Wayne.
Well, it's nice when Corey Banky's just like basically the de facto should be mayor of Green Bay. Why don't we get him over here? Why don't we get everybody over here? Come on, we got to be talking about it with Banky.
I'm stopping by his house for cocktails later on.
I was going to say,
that's what I'm talking about.
And guess what? There was no interlocking of fingers in that photo.
All right. It's been great, folks. Have a
See you,
great
buddy.
day.
Yep.
Thanks, boys.
All right.
You
Go
got
Pack,
it,
go.
guys.
You're the man. Go back. Go. There's Aaron Nagler, and she's at TV. I'm sorry. I was just sitting right there. I couldn't.
You know,
help myself.
you are infatuated by that story.
Wayne, I can't tell you how much I'm into that story. I don't think you'll understand how much I love that story with Rossini and Vrabel. Anybody see any Patriot picks here today? Have they gotten any shots of the war room? Belichick's dog in there again? We know Vrabel's not. 877-794-1973. All right, I'll stop because you know why? We have a Packers pick coming up in about 5 selections from right now. They're at pick 148. Green Bay selects at 153 here in the 5th round. This is the Dontavian Wicks pick from the deal with the Philadelphia Eagles, and it will come up on the other side. Armin Sarian has joined our party as well. I'm Billy Schmid. He's the voice of the Green Bay Packers.
We're going to fleece
Wayne
Howie
Larrivee.
Roseman on this pick.
Finally, somebody's going to win a deal with the Eagles, and it happens next on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Back with you on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin, coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Green Bay Packers going to be picking here in a matter of minutes. 153 overall, the 150th selection of the draft just went off of the board to the Las Vegas Raiders. Dalton Johnson, safety from Arizona. We're going to open up an extended runway to discuss this pick momentarily. So we're going to take a quick timeout again, double these up, and then come back with the selection with a full opportunity to discuss it with you. Voice of the Green Bay Packers, Armin Sarian's right here. Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers to my right. I'm Billy Schmid. We got Quick Trip hanging out with us. We're going to see you next time. We've got Barbecue hanging out in the studio. We got Drew Olson who's going to come and hang out with us potentially in the studio as well. And we got some time for you after the Packers make another selection. We'll hear from the pick as well. It's all courtesy of the Potawatomi Sportsbook, a sports betting oasis for fans everywhere. Dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall. It's a place for you to become a legend. Wayne, legendary place to potentially take in the NFL draft would have been the Potawatomi
No question
Sportsbook.
about it. Yeah.
And an opportunity for you to invest and be a legend. Go over there and enjoy a Saturday night special. Brewers and Pirates going to be going on at 6:10. Catch their game day shuttle to the game coming up later on today. All right. Stay with us on the other side. The Packers will have pick number 153. The payoff for the Dontavian Wicks trade is around the corner, and you're going to hear it on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Well, welcome back, and signing off was our friend Aaron Nagler of Cheesehead TV. You're listening to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin 2026 NFL Draft coverage. But just like a great guest that he was, and a great friend to be able to hang out with us that he was, Aaron Nagler, for a number of minutes, hang out with us for a longer time than we even promised, or that, don't let the cat out of the bag that we were paying him for. Wayne, he dropped us with a huge nugget. How about a Jagger Burton nugget? The center coming in from the University of Kentucky said that was his last draft crush. Last one hanging out, and here he is, Jagger Burton, a quick win blocker at a position with flexibility, can play a bunch of different spots. Nag said he thinks he might be able to play all three spots, a fifth-year senior from Kentucky and a four-year starter. And a right-handed snapper goes to the Green Bay Packers' first offensive lineman taken by Goody.
6'4", 312. One scout said, I think he's a center first, but can compete at guard. He's got size and length, 32.5-inch arms. Got a lot of starting experience, as you just pointed out. Maybe the center pull stuff is not his deal, but from what I've seen a little bit, and from what these scouts I'm reading talk about, he's solid in the middle. He will basically square up, man the middle of this line. Is he the guy who's going to get out like a guard and pick off a linebacker? Probably not. But if you're going to run straight ahead, he's your man. He'll hold the point of attack.
And that is one thing, Wayne, when you look at what the Packers do, they don't do a ton of that. They don't send the center out on a ton of pulls, right? They generally are going to run a lot of duo, going to run a lot together. They're going to work themselves through a screen that way and into double teams at the second level. So I think that one plays very, very well. His dad was a defensive lineman at Moorhead State, Division II in Minnesota, later became a high school football coach. His brother went to law school at Kentucky, was a wide receivers coach in high school, and now a former when he started playing football at the Pee Wee Raiders. I don't know that he anticipated that as 23-year-old, he'd be a fifth-round pick of the Green Bay Packers, but there he is, 153 overall. We mentioned that they needed some interior linemen, and there it is again, them addressing that here today and adding more competition in the middle. Again, Sean Ryan's 3-year, $33 million contract is a commitment. However, it's a very small one when you look around the NFL, Wayne. It's an average contract for a guy that you believe can start at a number of positions for you, whether this is center that Burton ends up competing at or one of the guards. Anthony Belton is another name that we watched him play right guard last year. People have just kind of locked in that he'll play right there. Add some more competition up front where they desperately need to get better.
What they probably like is the versatility this kid brings. He can at least play all three positions on the inside. And, that's the thing they like. He's got the great size. 6'4", that's pretty tall for a center. When you think about it, very tall.
Similar to Josh Myers, who came in, almost 6'5", or if not a lot taller than that.
Exactly. But again, the thing I like about this kid, they say he can hold the point of attack. He's solid in the middle of that offensive line. He'll lead your troops. He's been doing it for 4 years, you mentioned, at Kentucky. I think he's got the feel and athleticism from what they say to climb to the second level, but doesn't do it, consistently. And maybe he wasn't asked to do it, and maybe he won't be asked to do it in Green Bay. We'll see.
Also, going up against SEC defensive linemen, this is just another guy that we see consistently. The Packers have had one kind of type here today.
Yeah.
And this weekend, it's either SEC or Big Ten, and that's where they've gone with their 4 picks. He's going up against some of the best athletes in college football to go up against. And I also think when you are opening up that competition in the middle, the goal is that you get a mainstay, right? Now, I don't think it's necessarily like a pitcher-catcher relationship where you used to see guys jump ship with the pitcher to go to a different spot because they were their guy. But that relationship, you have to have some real cohesion. And I'd like to see that be the chance for Jordan Love to grow with one of these guys, right? If it's Sean Ryan, awesome. If it's Burton, if it's Monk, who we've talked about a number of different times, it's another great competition play for Jacob Monk, who was a 5th-round pick at one particular point in time. You got to assume there's going to be 2 spots available. Both of those guys are going to have to fight for it with Donovan Jennings and the other depth pieces.
Yeah, you need depth on the interior of that offensive line, and they got a depth piece in Jagger Burton. Is that how I pronounce the first name? We're trying to figure it out.
I'd
Jaeger,
like it to
Jagger.
be. I think we all like it to be Jaeger. I think even better, his nickname is Moose.
Moose.
His
Got it.
nickname apparently is Moose because of the thickness in his lower half. Pause.
Gotta like that.
However, if they're going to roll with Moose Burton, I think that's going to be a name that's going to play quite a bit.
Do Moose have big legs? I didn't really think of that. Big upper body and the okay, whatever. Hey, Moose is a good nickname. If you have a lineman named Moose,
that's a good nickname.
I love Moose as a okay.
I'm good on that.
You're not wrong, Armin.
just-
I'm just even happier that you chose that to be your first contribution vocally onto the air.
I couldn't help
calling
cracking the
difference
mic on
between.
that. I did. Yeah. I can put Doug. I couldn't help cracking the mic on that one. But,
Well, I'm glad you did because you're a part of this thing. Armin Sarian hanging out with us here as we roll through day number 3. And they're showing some highlights of Burton right now on the broadcast. And you see right their ability to get out a little bit in the screen game, track back. Love him hanging out with this guy all the way 30 yards downfield. Still gets another piece of him after the whistle. You do need, in the conversation with Nags leads right into it. Wayne, that had to have been one of the most frustrating and disappointing visuals for the Packers front office, coaching staff, for everybody on the offensive line. I do think it's kind of disappointing when you look at some of those plays in which your quarterback's head almost gets taken off by Booker in the Bears game. And the one on the sideline where Hufanga two-handed shoves Jordan Love's head onto the grass on the first drive of the game.
Right.
Those are things that cannot at all ever happen in an NFL game. And where their offensive line struggled in run blocking, no doubt about it, and the amount of contact before reaching the line of scrimmage for Josh Jacobs was definitely discussed. But the consistency and the camaraderie, the team aspect, that's got to be built up front. It did feel like that was a spot where they definitely lacked.
And I don't know why. I don't know why, because everybody loves on that team, on that offense, especially loves Jordan Love. And, please pause the pun. But, and this is something that I talked with TJ Lang about, the Lions analyst now, former Packers offensive lineman. Tyler Dunn, who runs Go Long, the journalistic website of NFL football, just does an outstanding job. Bob McGinn, the old writer for the Journal Sentinel, works with him during the season. Everybody noticed that. Day of the game, I asked Scott, I didn't notice it. I didn't see anything. But by the same token, when you go back and you see highlights of that, the Denver play I'm talking about, it was a little concern. Somebody should have come over and taken Hufanga and slammed him into the ground. Sure, 15-yard penalty, sure. But what it means, the ramifications of a move like that is much more positive than it is negative.
100%, and you can get through the issue of the penalty. It's hard to get through anything, and we saw that sadly too much getting through it without Jordan Love. But also understanding where they still need to go. I love that you mentioned it right there of Jordan Love, that people seem to have some questions. You only hear from him so much. Extremely polished, good in front of the microphone. I think he's gotten a little bit more open in front of the microphone as he's continued to become more confident and grown in the spot. But people seem to have a little bit of a cautious optimism, or don't necessarily get to see as much of that. He is one of the most beloved guys in that entire building for the calmed nature that he has. He wasn't going to make a problem of it. I would wonder if anybody is able to make a problem of it for him, right? Like, if that's fair, because that's probably not his place, but he's so mild-mannered, so calm, cool, and collected, but you can't let that ever get taken advantage of.
No, and I don't think they will or he will, but it was interesting, and a lot's been made of that months after the incident. And a couple of those incidents, you mentioned the Bears game when Booker hit him. But, those are things that I think as this team grows together, I don't think that's going to happen this year.
We got our answer, and we go to Green Bay, Wisconsin for it. Doug Russell, the Love Muscle, is hanging out with us here in our Packers Radio Network studios. Doug, you answered it the exact same way I was going to ask the question. We say Jaeger like the Meister,
Right.
like the one that nobody actually likes the liquor, but you take the shot because it is fun, and people say, I'm just going to have a Jaeger bomb. But it's Jagger, like as in Mick Jagger, for the young Mr. Burton, who now comes in as the newest Green Bay Packer.
Yeah, Jagger is how it is. I think we're just going to call him Moose, though, right?
When I heard Moose was the nickname, that's going to be hard to be able to pass up. We were excited. We've been talking about needing to add some offensive linemen there.
Yeah,
you're going to hear from people that made the decision, and we're going to hear from them coming up as well into the next hour. But needing some more competitiveness on the interior, depth as well as competition, never a bad thing for one of the younger teams in football to add.
Depth is always good. Competition is always good. It seems as though the last several years, well, maybe the last year specifically, they've tried to kind of make piecemeal out of the center position. And I know that you want somebody who can have positional versatility. It's something that the Packers on the offensive line have always valued. You look at the Swiss Army knife that Elton Jenkins was. I don't know that center was his best position. Obviously, he had a lot of experience with it, playing the position in college, but he was so valuable. I think he's really a valuable guard for the team, but they moved him over to center. Jacob Monk, sure. Sean Ryan, yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I mean, to me, there's just something about someone who has kind of perfected the position, even though he can play both guard positions according to the scouts. So it'll be interesting to see how he develops over the next year or two into a really productive NFL player. He'll certainly be given the opportunity.
Maybe the best thing to be able to read of the young man, Jagger Burton, on the write-ups here. Served as a game captain for 3 games in 2025. NFL scout said, quote, staff said he was the ringleader getting the O-line group together in and out of the building. Okay. So he's throwing the party. So Jagger is throwing the Jaeger. That's
like
what
Jagger.
I like to hear. We like to be able to know that the boys are still having fun in and out of the building.
Definitely.
That's something that is more increasingly difficult once you get to the NFL, but they also have younger offensive linemen, right? I mean, Aaron Banks is one of the more established guys there. Obviously, Zach Tom is still in his mid-20s, and Jordan Morgan, Anthony Belton and company, still very young in their cares. Played 50
and you want to see
games
those guys
in there.
You need to see those guys perform too, because of the draft capital that's been spent on Morgan, specifically a couple of years ago as a number 1 draft pick, but also with Anthony Belton as well. I mean, you spend that much draft capital. I know it's early in their careers, and sometimes the Packers draft for what they see in potential with these guys. But I think that there's certainly going to be some competition in camp moving forward with all of these guys.
High school letter and lacrosse as well. You guys were talking about multi-sport athletes last hour, so there you go.
I love
you
that.
got a lacrosse player, midfielder, and Billy, you always say a team that drinks together.
Yeah, teams bond more around a keg than kale, and teams that drink together stay together, and a lot of times will end up winning together. One guy that won in college, all he did was win, was Max Bredesen, and now he is a drafted player into the NFL, and son of a goes to the Minnesota Vikings at 159. Max Bredesen of Arrowhead High School was a quarterback at Arrowhead, moved as a walk-on to the tight end, H-back role, tight end, do it all for you guy at Michigan. He goes off the board at 153, right in front of another Wisconsinite. Billy Schroth goes right after him as the St. Mary's Springs product, the guard that we were just mentioning, goes as well. So a pair of Wisconsinites going into the NFL draft here into the 5th round. That's
and neither
cool
one of them went to the UW?
Well, that's another issue now, Wayne.
Yeah, that is fair, Wayne. Wayne, that is true. Now, neither of them have gone, and we have
more hours for this.
We do have a couple more hours that we might be able to see one.
Am I scratching another scab here?
No,
not one that didn't need to be scratched, Wayne.
No, that one might just be the facts. Those are the ones that we just sit back and sadly enjoy. Now, Mason Reiger, come on, man. Come on now, Mason Reiger. We're waiting for you.
We're going to hear, by the way, from Jagger Burton at the top of the hour as well.
Perfect. We're going to hear from Jagger Burton, the newest Green Bay Packer, back-to-back Wisconsin. That's pretty cool. 159, Max really Bredesen goes. Billy Schroth goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 160.
We were knocking around, the youth sports and all, but there's some good stuff happening in football and basketball in Wisconsin on the high school level. There's some
100%.
really good stuff going on.
Basketball and baseball, Wayne, it actually it never ceases to amaze me how they've continued to get better. I never really thought there were going to be a whole lot of lottery picks from Wisconsin. Then again, now it seemingly is there's one every other year you're seeing a first-round pick into the NBA draft. So really, really cool stuff for a couple of Wisconsin guys and a couple of products of the state right there. Now we're just waiting for the first Badger. Now we're waiting. We're going to get one here at some particular point, unless we're going to claim Skylar Bell.
We're going to claim Skylar Bell. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. You claim Skylar Bell.
Yeah.
We claimed Chimere Dike last year in the 4th round. He went to Florida. We sort of claimed Graham Mertz.
You
but
take what you
at
get.
least
You take what you get.
Jim produced in his rookie year.
I was going to say, well, Jim ended up being first team All Pro. One of the crazier things to be able to see.
We claimed Russell Wilson. He only went to UW 1 year.
Well, damn right. Wayne. That's true. That's true. And it is a Wolfpack of Badgers. So wherever you're at, come on in and join the
whole
party.
pack of Badgers, as he says.
Just like to keep some of these guys.
I'm still wondering, have we gotten any good visuals? Have we gotten any moments like Russell Wilson's first wife on draft day, CeeDee Lamb grabbing the phone away? I didn't see any nefarious visuals. We only saw the Mekhi Lemon being drafted by somebody else. We need some humorous ones here on this draft day. We need to get
I think
some
most of the
those ones
memes
in.
are being spent on Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel right now.
Yikes.
Not only me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doug.
So
I did see a young man.
Thank you, Doug. It's not only me.
Young man tight end got drafted. Don't remember, unfortunately, what his name was, but the jumped up out of his seat. Everyone's hugging him. The dog went right in that spot. So the dog went right on the couch. So that's probably as close as we get. And that's heartwarming. We all love that. So that's something.
That is
right?
awesome. Yeah.
Okay. Animal doing a funny thing might even be better than grabbing the phone away from the missus.
Nothing could compare, though, to Belichick's dog making the picks from Nantucket during the COVID year. That was precious.
I'm interested to see how Vrabel's goldfish is making the picks today. He's doing a really, really good job. No, actually, no, I'm excited for Elliott Wolf. He gets to be the lead decision maker here today. All right, we still got a couple more hours to play with you. We are going to hear from the newest Green Bay Packer, Jagger Burton, coming up on the other side of a timeout. He was the 153rd overall selection, center out of Kentucky, draft crush of Aaron Nagler's. He shared it and called it right here on the draft show. That's an all-time moment, fellas. And we got 2 more hours to make even more of them.
Do not underestimate Aaron Nagler.
I was just going to
underestimate Aaron Nagler at your own peril, Billy.
At your own risk. Well, people were joking, Wayne. You kept saying Nagler. You're really right. You're really right on that one. His whole tagline has been Nagler's never right. So it might not be good for his brand for getting all these things correct.
He's getting a lot of stuff right these days.
He might have to sell some hills of BS and be able to even that thing out. Doug Russell, the love muscle is about no BS. He's up in Green Bay, and he's going to bring us the audio coming up on the other side. Armin Sarian's here as well, the voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee right here. And you're with us on YouTube, X, Facebook, Twitter for 2 more hours, and on the iHeartRadio app and Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin.
Day 3 of the NFL's biggest offseason event is underway. Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft.
There's always times, I think, in different drafts where maybe you look to move out of some of those picks if you can get next year's picks.
Draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Potawatomi Sportsbook is the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere, with dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall, and more. It's your place to become a legend.
Make every night legendary.
The picks are in, and we're breaking down every pick as it happens.
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina State.
Savion Williams.
Barron Sorrell.
Colin Oliver.
Warren Brenton. Micah Robinson.
John Williams, guard from Cincinnati.
So let's get back to it with the guys.
My, oh my, oh my.
Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
We continue with you on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. I'm Bill Schmid, voice of the Green Bay Packers. Wayne Larrivee is with us. The adorable Armenian Armin Sarians, everyone's favorite, the MVP of iHeart Wisconsin, is in here as well, and executive producer of Packers Game Day Football. We're presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook, sports betting oasis for fans everywhere. Dozens of sports betting kiosks, food, drinks, a 2,000 square foot video wall. Your place to become a legend is the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Now, we were talking a little bit. We're going to hear from the newest Green Bay Packer coming up in a minute, Jagger Burton, but we were talking some football. We were talking some college football and potentially saying, when on earth is a Wisconsin Badger going to be selected here in the 2026 NFL Draft? So to defend that honor of the UW is our friend Nick Brusewitz. Before we hear from Jagger Burton, Nick Brusewitz has entered the chat. Nick, when on earth are we going to see a Wisconsin Badger going? You got the W on the chest. Are we claiming Skylar Bell? Are we still waiting for Mason Reiger? What are we saying here? And can we take Tanner Koziel, even though I think he played like 15 spring ball practices for the Wisconsin Badgers?
I tried my hand at getting them to claim Skylar Bell at practice today, and the assembled media wouldn't agree with me on that one. So, so far, none, but Mason Reiger has to be in the next 15 to 20 picks. And I see my Pittsburgh Steelers on the horizon. So, they do it every year. They grab Badger football players, specifically on the defensive side of the ball. So I think Reiger is one of those that is going to be hopefully a professional that we look back on and say, how did he fall this far in the draft? 6'5", 250 plus, great bend, really great burst to the defensive line. We saw him come into his own down the stretch this past season. I'm hopeful that Mason Reiger can kind of carry that W into the NFL, because I'm not so certain anybody else is going to get picked here today.
Yeah, I was thinking there would be a chance for a moment. I was thinking there'd be a chance, but it just seems like it's going to be slim pickings. I did anticipate Reiger would be gone by now. When you're talking about being able to rush the passer, Wayne and I were looking at it after last night saying, well, dang, if you needed an edge, I hope you got one, because it doesn't seem like there's a ton left. Being able to rush the quarterback like that, you said he really came into his own, and also beat a lot of NFL pass blockers and guys that are going in to the draft. We've seen teams valuing that quite a bit, the competition that they're playing.
No doubt. And Reiger's a player that is a pro's pro, right? He's played at the high level with Louisville to make his way, deal with some injuries, get back to full strength with Wisconsin, and down the stretch in what was a really disappointing season, kind of take command of that room on the edge. Him and Darrell Peterson, who I'm hopeful will get a shot as an undrafted free agent in all likelihood, were really stalwarts in how they turn things around down the stretch. So Mason Reiger's the hope here in the near future. Vinny Anthony is certainly a world-class NFL caliber character type dude, a dude that has proven himself as a punt returner at Wisconsin, a kick returner at Wisconsin, and also this past season, if you could just get the ball in his hands, which was such a struggle at quarterback, he was going to find a way to make a play. So I do think Vinny will latch on. Maybe he'll get drafted here, 6th round, 7th round is the hope. Austin Brown at safety is really an athletic freak, a guy that played both safety, nickel back, and back to safety in his time at Wisconsin. He jumped out of the gym at the pro day. They actually had to go and take a break, raise the vertical jump bar a couple notches higher because he hit the max that they had set for the guys. There's a lot of familiar favorites that we're hopeful will get a crack at an NFL roster at some point this year, get a chance with mini camp. Daryl Peterson I already mentioned, but Ricardo Hallman at cornerback, undersized. We know his speed is not necessarily up to the NFL caliber, but a dude that we all pull for because he stuck around at Wisconsin, was a highly productive player. And can't forget Ben Barton. Dude is a beast. He started as an offensive lineman, worked himself to defensive line, and he was incredible in terms of the bench press. He crushed everyone at the Wisconsin Pro Day. I believe he got north of 35. Don't have the number right in front of me, but he crushed it there. So I know that this is a disappointing turn of events for Badger fans. First time since 82 to 84 that they haven't had a day 1 or day 2 pick for a third straight season.
I didn't realize it was that long.
Three straight years without a day 1 or 2 pick. And that's not what we're used to around here.
Yeah.
And for there not to at least be an offensive lineman being in that day 2 area is a surprise to many. But my hope is Kevin Haywood will be that guy in a couple years for the Badgers. Now that he's back at practice.
I was just going to say, okay, you mentioned the practices. You're at spring ball every single day. Kevin Haywood coming off a tough injury, but he is an absolute stud. He's going to be a ball player. How are we feeling about the red and white? What have the spring ball practices seen? How's Luke Fickell and company being able to roll through here? Because listen, it's been a wild off season and even a crazier spring with the changes that are going on at top. But what have we been seeing from the boys out there on the field, Nick?
Well, today was the scrimmage, so it was the first full contact, full go that we were able to see so far in the spring. They've had practices with and without pads. They've worked their way into the position that they got into today to really play offense versus defense in real football. And it felt to me like you saw that financial improvement that was then turned into assets into players. Today, Jalen Domingo had himself an impressive performance. That's a name I hope a lot of Badgers fans will get used to soon. A Southeastern Louisiana wide receiver. Domingo spelled exactly how you'd think from Louisiana. Geaux, right down the stretch in last name. So, it's an improved roster. At running back in particular, you see Abu Sama coming in from Iowa State. He is as shifty as it can get. If you can keep him healthy behind an offensive line that's supposed to be much improved this year, he's going to be a special player. Brian Jackson at running back from USC has been running guys over. He's more that physical running back between the tackles while Abu can bounce it outside. And at quarterback, Colton Joseph, everybody wants to know about Colton Joseph. I'll tell you this, he's been really good. But Ryan Hopkins, the true freshman quarterback, has been even better at times.
Ooh, okay. Now we're talking.
Today, he had another deep touchdown down the sideline to tight end Grant Steck in the end zone. He was on the move to his right. Hopkins rolling to his right, threw it back across his body, which is a massive no-no typically across the middle of the field, but he hit Domingo in stride for a touchdown. So you're feeling pretty good about the offense and the additions they've had there. And on defense, the guys that were all fired up down the stretch last year to see Posa and Catalano continue to be really just dogs in that back seven for Wisconsin. Also getting up into the defensive line if needed. Sebastian Cheeks at linebacker is in his final year with the Badgers. He's been really effective as a pass rusher. Nick Clayton on the opposite side. He'll be in his second year. They didn't redshirt him. Oh, he's a big dude. How about those pictures? It's a little odd that you see those shirtless pictures all over your feed a couple weeks ago. It was like year one.
I'm used to only seeing those from at Nick Brusewitz. I like the fact that they were coming from other way. I like that one.
That's right. So you feel good about what Wisconsin has this year because you know that they've sunk a lot more resources into the roster as a whole. You feel confident that the schedule will be far more forgiving to the Badgers if they do go through a couple of cold spells. And you think Luke Fickell knows that this is kind of a make or break year. So there's some urgency, which is nice to see, that maybe you didn't feel in the past, because I think that a lot of people feel that warmth on their behinds as this season approaches.
Well, it is getting hot. That's for sure. And Nick, running down the ramp, defending the honor of the Motion W. Proud of you. Great work. Great seeing you. Thanks for popping on with us. And thank you for being able to give us the insight on where these red and white folks potentially are going to go. And we have our dauber up and our eyes up for Mason Reiger. Thanks for popping on, dude.
Thank you, guys. Go Badgers.
Thanks, Nick.
That's Nick Brusewitz hanging out with us here. Again, you just anything you rah comes up, Nick Brusewitz came running down the ramp. I love that. Throws a steel chair into the ring. He goes, hold on. I'll defend the honor quickly of the UW. That we're getting close. We're getting there. All right. Jagger, Burton, meeting with the media. The newest Green Bay Packer, pick 153 overall. The big offensive center, guard, can play both guard positions, maybe going to competing at center. We're going to get all the answers from him, Jagger Burton, just moments ago up in Green Bay.
Questions from our media, and we'll just keep filtering through until we're through. And I'll go ahead and start with Rob Domofsky.
Congratulations. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. I got you. Thank you.
Yeah. So I read where you had said you thought you kind of had an up and down college career, but yet here you are. You made it. How did you persevere through that?
Yeah, I think for me, just with the career I had coming up into this point, it was a little rocky road, kind of what you touched on. But for me, just my faith and leaning on my loved ones has just helped me get to the point I'm at now, and helped me push through some of the adversity that I faced.
Matt Schneidman.
Jagger, who gave you the Moose nickname, and how'd you earn that?
Yeah, so I actually used to play running back, kind of in Pee Wee in middle school, and I was kind of long legs, so they just called me Moose because it was longer stride run, I guess, whenever I would get open field and stuff like that. So yeah, that was my nickname growing up, and then whenever I see coaches or guys from that team, I'll still get it sometimes.
Dave McGargy.
Congratulations. I see you've made plenty of starts at 3 different spots on the O-line, both guard positions and center. I just wondered, A, do you have a favorite position or a position which you're best at? And also, B, just how were you able to kind of develop that versatility to thrive in 3 different spots there?
Yeah, I think for me, I don't really have a preference, just whatever is gonna help, the Packers win games at the end of the day. That's all I care about now. So I think that was something that Coach Jack Yenzer and Coach Eric Wolford at Kentucky both did a great job of, was just making sure guys are ready to play, numerous positions and putting us in a good situation for, trying to get to the point that I'm at right now, and just knowing how important that is at the next level. So they did a great job of just developing, all our guys with flexibility to play left, right, center, or swing tackles, things like that.
Wes Hodkiewicz.
Hey, congrats, Jagger. All the accolades that you had coming out of high school, obviously being a Lexington kid, how important was it for you to stay home? And then what did that mean to you to be able to see this whole thing through and from beginning to end, being able to play for the Wildcats?
Yeah, I mean, staying home for me was always something that was my dream growing up, and ended up to get that opportunity and staying there for 5 years and, winning some big games. And it meant the world to me to be able to, try to bring happiness to the people of Lexington, and I knew how important it was. And just seeing that through in the craziness of college football today, there's something I'm really proud of. And, I'll forever be grateful for my time at Kentucky, but I'm ready for the next chapter now, and I'm just stoked to be a Packer. So.
Ashley Washburn.
Hi, Jagger. Congratulations. Speaking of this next chapter, what do you know about Green Bay, and what gets you excited about joining this offense, and any players specifically that you're excited to work with?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just stoked. I know it's one of the most historically, successful and well-known teams in the NFL. So just to be able to, put on that jersey and compete with that team and go out and win games, it's something that, I'm super excited and just stoked for the opportunity. As far as players, I'm excited to meet everybody. I'm a big NFL fan, so I've been watching it growing up, and just all the great players that play at the Packers. I'm just super excited to call those guys teammates now. So,
Lori Nickel.
Hi, you had 47 starts in your career. I wondered if you had to fight through any injuries or adversity for that, or did you get lucky with health?
Yeah, I had a few things here and there, but I've been pretty blessed and never missed any significant time. So it's been a blessing, and praying that continues. So.
Go ahead, Wes Hodkiewicz.
Yeah, I know the 40 time really jumps out from what you had. I think it was like 4.94. Is that the area that you were looking to run? And just how do you think that kind of athleticism, how that kind of mixes into your game?
Yeah, I think that was around what I was expecting to run. Bill Welly who trained me for the 40, and he did a great job of just getting me ready and having an idea where I should be around. So I was proud of that. I think it really does, in terms of offensive line play, just a 10-yard split is obviously a big deal too. And being able to put a good number there and show that I can get to the second level with speed and under control. So I think it translated into my game, and you can see it on my film. So,
Michael Gross.
Hey, congratulations and welcome to Green Bay. We've heard you're an avid chess player, an accomplished chess player. How did that come about? And are you excited maybe to play Micah Parsons, who also claims to be an avid and accomplished chess player?
Yeah, I'm not super accomplished. I just we did play a lot in fall camp, so I did kind of get into it this past season. Going into it, we had a bunch of our guys in our line room had played a bunch, and we kind of made a little competition trying to get better. So I'd definitely be down to. I'm excited to keep getting better, and I'd love to see where I stand at in terms of that too. So,
Can I ask, how does that translate maybe to your performance on the field, if anything?
yeah, I think there's like certain similarities just in terms of you're trying to figure out what your opponent's going to do next, and obviously that's a theme in football too. So I think just the quick thinking and strategy of it definitely translates to football. So
Jacob Wessendorf.
Hey, Jagger, congratulations. Along those same lines, at center, the chess game, within the game is a big part of it. How much were you asked to do in terms of handling protections, handling checks, anything like that while you were in college? And how comfortable would you be doing that at the pro level?
yeah, that's just something. Last year I was, had the reins in terms of fixing protections and making all our run IDs and things like that. So that's definitely something I'm super comfortable with, and I'm excited to get into the new playbook and start just absorbing as much information as possible. So,
Lori Nickel.
I wanted to ask you a follow-up with your athleticism, since your overall rating was high, not just your speed. I wonder where you think you got that from, maybe from your dad who played college ball, or maybe you worked at certain aspects to really enhance your overall athletic ability.
yeah, I think both my dad, obviously, he played at Morehead State, we definitely get some of it from him. And then my mom was, she ran track and stuff in Kentucky. So, in high school. So she was, I get a little bit from both. But yeah, it's also something that, obviously we worked on and was really focused on, especially going into this process, because I knew how important it was. And yeah, I was happy with my numbers. So.
Awesome. Podquitz.
The scout we talked to right before hopping on the call with you mentioned that you're actually ambidextrous. I'm just curious about that background, if you do favor one particular hand, or how you just kind of found that out throughout your life.
Yeah, I've always just, as long as I can remember, done a bunch of different stuff with different hands. Like I write left-handed, but snap and throw right-handed. So I don't know. It's just weird. Shoot basketball right-handed, swing baseball left-handed. So I'm just kind of all messed up when it comes to that stuff. But I do feel comfortable using both, and in practice a little bit. I've snapped with my left hand too, so I feel comfortable if that was something that was needed for whatever reason. So yeah.
Jason Wilde.
Congratulations, Jagger. You talked about your parents and you talked about the ups and downs of your career. And I was reading something here about how much the conversations you had with your parents kind of got you through the crisis of confidence you might have been having. What exactly were you struggling with confidence-wise? And on the flip side, with their help, what does it mean to be where you are now? Because to come out on the other side is obviously a pretty damn big accomplishment.
Yeah, I think for me it was just, kind of was hit on a little earlier, but just being, a highly rated guy from Kentucky and staying home, just the expectations that came with that. I didn't really felt like I met those when I was younger, and it was something that I kind of struggled with and was upset with myself at. So just being able to have them, to lean on and talk to them about what's going on in terms of football or just life, and have them, kind of be there to lean on to get me to where I'm at now. So obviously for many things, but for that, I'm forever grateful for both of them. And I'm just super excited.
Kyle Malzahn.
Hey, Jagger, congrats. I'm curious how much you know or have watched Jordan Love, and how excited are you to, be protecting him?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best in the league, and he shows it every Sunday. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch, just because the threat of can throw it, can run it, makes crazy plays all the time. So I'm super excited to keep his jersey clean, and just looking forward to meeting everybody.
Ashley Washburn.
Jagger, just interested to know what today has looked like for you and your family, if you're having a big party, and just that ultimate reaction once you saw Green Bay's area code pop up on your phone.
Yeah, it was a long day. Like, it's like just the picks feel like they take forever, I guess, whatever, you're just waiting, So I had some family and friends at my parents' house, and we were just sitting, watching the TV, talking, and all of a sudden it popped up, and I saw Green Bay at the bottom, and it's instantly excited. So I couldn't be happier right now, and I'm just excited to get to spend that with them and get to work.
All right. Any other questions for Jagger? All right. Appreciate your time and look forward to seeing you, and congratulations again.
There
Thank
he
you
is.
all. I appreciate you guys.
Jagger Burton. We appreciate you, Jagger. Great work up there onto the microphone, and great work at Kentucky, earning yourself a position to be taken in the 5th round of the 2026 NFL draft by the Green Bay Packers, called by our friend Aaron Nagler, who I see now cheersing and toasting with a beautiful shot of bourbon online. He put this out, said the Packers take an official draft crush for the 3rd year in a row, and celebrating promptly, and rightfully so. Called it here about an hour and a half ago.
So much for the coffee. I thought he said he's behaving.
Yeah, I thought he was behaving. He turned that into the brown.
I suppose he's earned a 2-finger bourbon, or what did Aaron Rodgers used to call it, Wayne? 2 fingers.
2 fingers, yeah.
Yeah.
2 fingers. Well, and Armin, we mentioned it on Thursday night. Do you think Matthew
By the way,
Stafford
2
went
fingers
4?
is not a lot of bourbon.
It's not that much.
I must pour 4 or 5 fingers, of bourbon, at least 4.
Well, and that's why I don't put my fingers on the glass. Then I can't count it.
I always get the country club serving, I'm not going to get that stuff you're paying all this money for, the fancy restaurant. They give you 1 or 2 fingers.
No, can't be doing that.
Well, we're only a week away from the Derby, so you have to save it for Saturday, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what it comes down to. So
that's fair.
Well, Wayne's here. So
No. I mean, Armin, you don't have to save it. There's more bourbon. There's more coming.
We're gonna have some more. We were joking about it at the draft house last year, that it was basically bottles of bourbon, Julie's baked goods, which we're being able to supply and help everybody else. It was the fuel that you needed.
Oh yeah,
baked goods and bourbon. Hard to ultimately pass that up, as we're in the middle and the back end, I should say, of round 5 here on the 2026 NFL draft. The Packers are going to be picking at 201. They're at 172 with the Saints. There's a number of really intriguing prospects still on the board. Katron Allen, running back from Penn State, one that I know I'm very interested in to see where he goes. His teammate Nick Singleton was the first of the pairing of those Penn State running backs. He went just a few picks ago, actually right after the selection of Jagger Burton. He goes 25 in the 5th round, 165 overall to Tennessee. Did Nick Singleton. Also, we had a couple of Wisconsinites go. We had a running back also in the Big Ten, Emmett Johnson, as a 1,400-yard back from Nebraska, Wayne. He went to the Kansas City Chiefs at 161. Got a feeling he's going to get an opportunity there in Kansas City. And if we've seen anything in our lifetime watching the Kansas City Chiefs and watching Andy Reid operate, good running back that gets undervalued, he'll make the most out of it.
Oh, yeah.
He'll make that
Pacheco,
one work.
Man, what was he, 7th round draft choice?
Yeah,
oh my
7th round
goodness.
pick.
And
all right. So one of my draft crushes, Kalen Black, went 3rd round to Indiana.
Indiana running back, really, really liked him. Physical back.
Yeah, 5'10", 210. Okay.
And they got a number of different still running backs available. We also saw Riley Nowakowski, the Marquette High School product, former Wisconsin Badger, turned Indiana Hoosier. He just went 169 overall to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
To your dismay, Billy, right? You kind of had a draft crush on him, local product, obviously.
Yeah, and I thought from what and how that the Packers would potentially use him, how Indiana used him would fit exactly what the Packers are looking for. Do they need an true thick inline Y tight end like we were talking about with Nags. Maybe, but they're going to be utilizing somebody in the flat, in the pass game with a number of different roles. Wayne, everybody's looking for a Kyle Juszczyk. I don't know that Riley Nowakowski is exactly that, but I think he's as close as you are going to find in this year's draft.
Is that right?
And if you can find that kind of player, that's the one spot in the offense, the Shanahan McVay style of offense that the Packers have run. They doesn't truly feel like they've had that guy, right? They've obviously got Tucker Kraft, which would be their version of George Kittle, but everyone's still looking for that H-back opportunity to be a little bit of a fullback tight end.
Who's the kid out of Cincinnati they drafted in Matt LaFleur's first year? They fell in love with his tape when he chased down somebody from UCLA on a kickoff return. I can't remember the kid's name.
Third round.
He was around for a while.
Third round, 2020. Cincinnati, Josiah DeGuara.
Josiah DeGuara.
Josiah DeGuara.
He was supposed to be the next.
That was the goal.
Check.
Yep, and that was their goal. They took him in the third round. Like that opportunity, that lottery ticket comes more in the fifth and sixth. Maybe we do some of that. Now we see the Baltimore Ravens taking it down to the last seconds here on pick 173. They're sweating over the 173rd pick of the draft. They got it in just in time. Just under the gun did the Baltimore Ravens. That would have been a tragedy if they would have gotten passed up, because who would you have not gotten at 173 that you would have gotten at 174? A great mystery that we won't be able to solve.
They were waiting for somebody to move up.
They were waiting for somebody to come and take it. Waiting for somebody to offer him a pick in next year's draft. Well, it's a thin crowd in Pittsburgh for day number 3. Attendance on the YouTube stream and the Xstream Facebook is robust, and we appreciate it. We'll continue coming up on the other side. We'll hear from more up in Green Bay as we continue on. Doug Russell's here. Armin Sarian's right there. Voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee, and I'm Billy Schmid. Presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. It's Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin's 2026 NFL Draft.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Hanging out with you on YouTube, Facebook, and X, as well as the iHeartRadio app. It's Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin, 1070 AM in Madison, 920 AM in Milwaukee. Our coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft continues, and love being able to be with you until 4 o'clock. Wayne Larrivee's right there. Armin Sarian on the other side. We got Doug Russell up in Green Bay. We have the relative athletic score, the RAS, for one Jagger Burton. Wayne, not surprisingly so, a 988.
Oh, yes.
And I see a sweet grid comparison of all the different head-to-head RASs as an offensive guard between Elton Jenkins when he came out and Jagger Burton here of Kentucky. Burton would have him beat on a number of different things, 28 times in the bench press.
Wow.
The 40-yard dash was almost 2 full tenths of a second faster at 4.94 than one Elton Jenkins was, which gave him a 9.79. All these cool, awesome Saber metrics tell you they grabbed a dude that is athletic as heck, and that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of folks believe he can play a number of different positions for them potentially.
But will he be the football player Elton Jenkins was?
Amen.
Elton Jenkins was a heck of a player for the Green Bay Packers until he started getting banged up, and they moved him to center last year. Didn't quite work as well as everyone had hoped, but he was a heck of a player coming out, and he made a great impression playing that left guard spot. Couple of Pro Bowls, and listen, if Jagger Burton can do that, that would be something else.
You will sign up for it, and more than thrilled, and more than anything, we talked about the attitude, the edge of the offensive line that will have to get better. The run block win rate has to be significantly better. We've still been talking about running back waiting and thinking, wondering if they would go somewhere there on the running back spot. Do you think some of it is just the way the board has fallen here, Wayne, or some of it just a true belief and a betting upon hope that you can get something out of Marshawn Lloyd, and also a bounce back from Josh Jacobs, where admittedly he just was banged up for the majority of 2025.
Yeah, I think really, Marshawn Lloyd, if he's healthy, Billy, will give you a lot more than just something. Okay, he's going to give you a lot more if he can be healthy, stay healthy. Hey, this is it. Really, you know what? This is probably his last chance, I would think, to stay healthy and to make a contribution. If he's healthy, folks, the Packers are set at running back. They're fine. They'll be fine.
Such a tantalizing case, because the talent seems to be obvious, but if you can't stay healthy, how valuable are you? It's very difficult for an organization that can see the talent, that believes they have the right guy if they can keep him healthy, but hasn't been able to at that point. It's got to be a very difficult situation if you're the Packers, because that's the challenge you have is to try and say, well, this talent is there. It's tantalizing. It's real. He could really help our team, but we just have to find a way to keep him healthy.
Yeah, and you know what, Armin, and we've said it before, health is not something that you get as you go along in your NFL career. You don't get healthy playing NFL football. All right,
doesn't happen very much.
But the thing is, he hasn't played either.
He hasn't played. He doesn't have much tread off of those tires. Not yet. Yeah, and I agree. If you can keep him healthy, but the other thing I've found over the years, there are some guys, and it's not their fault, and it's not the makeup of their bodies or whatever else. Some guys just get injured a lot.
Yeah, 100%.
And there's no explanation for it, but they do. And, at some point you have to cut bait with that. Hopefully this kid, this is the chance he needs. He gets healthy this year and plays. He doesn't have to play a huge role, but play a good, solid role behind Josh Jacobs. And the home run ability the kid has, we've seen it in flashes. That could really make for a dynamic running back combination.
It totally could, and hopefully will, because Josh Jacobs, I still definitely believe, has a bounce back year in him as well. You can look at it in a number of different ways. He's kind of been in every other year back. Running backs have somewhat been in every other year position. You carry the ball over 300 times one year, you're bound to take a beating, and your numbers generally do fall a little bit the year after because of that workload. So excited to see how he bounces back. We've also mentioned it that you can be moving up and down. Now, Brian Gutekunst said yesterday that he expected to be moving up and down. Now, selfishly, we were kind of hoping that they would move up here once or twice, and we'll see if pick 201 is the next time that the Packers ultimately select with the 20th pick in the 6th round. But maybe a more surprising trade we haven't been able to touch on here. The Las Vegas Raiders traded defensive end Tyree Wilson and a 7th round pick, 219 overall, to the New Orleans Saints for the 150th pick in this year's draft. Why are we mentioning that? Well, Tyree Wilson in 2023 by Las Vegas was the 7th overall pick. And you want to talk about betting on possibility of getting the best football out of somebody. Wilson has been a massive disappointment in Las Vegas, not because he's been necessarily hurt, only missed 1 game, but in those 3 years has 12 total sacks to pick from. It's a guy that is drafted by a different regime. A new one comes in and says, we're okay moving on from him. And I wonder how many other players and how many other conversations like that are going around, because edge rusher became clearly a position that later on here on day 3, Wayne, there just aren't a whole lot of.
No, and it's been picked over. The edge rush category has been absolutely picked over so far in this draft. And, now we're starting to see some running backs go. The thing that surprised me, though, a little bit, even knowing what we know, is the tight ends. There are a lot of tight ends so far picked in this draft.
A ton going. Yep.
When you look at it. And, I mean, you just go down the list of those guys. My goodness. That's a category. Couple of years ago, I mean, you didn't do much of tight ends for a while.
Is the importance of that position changing, at least to teams, because of the way they're being defended now? Am I wrong, guys? I mean, the way teams are umbrella covering now, maybe it's, hey, we got to get more dynamic guys at that position to try and, create mismatches against the defense.
Yeah, and I think the goal also, Armin, is to get more linebackers onto the field.
Yeah.
And we've seen that over the last year or so, guys, where the league goes in such waves where all of a sudden teams are trying to find all of the hybrid safety linebackers, the smaller guys that can run and cover different slot receivers. Well, the zig to that zag offensively is let's load up with a bunch of 260-pound tight ends and see if we can run the ball right at you and take advantage. So I think that has something to do with it. Also, Wayne, I mean, the bigger, faster, stronger thing, I think the 2 positions that have been impacted and it highlights the most of where, the human species continues to ascend and is crazy is at edge rusher and tight end, because dudes that big are not supposed to be able to move that fast.
16 tight ends, and we're not even through the 5th round of the draft have been selected so far. So you do see, an importance. Not only 1 went in the 1st round, but the value of that position is being felt here in this draft is 16 have come off the board. I agree with you, Billy. And a lot of stuff that happens, I just taking advantage of the tight end, like what the Bears do with their 2 tight ends.
Yeah.
Colston Loveland had a huge game in that playoff game in Chicago. When Jeff Hafley had to kind of cheat up to the line of scrimmage with his second level players, the linebackers had to kind of cheat up to the line of scrimmage and contain the run. It was a vulnerability for Green Bay, and you knew the Bears were going to exploit it. Well, what opened up after that? Well, obviously the linebackers are cheating toward the line, and in between the linebacker level and the safeties is that open space, and Colston Loveland made a living in the second half of that playoff game there. So, the adjustments that are made, the chess match that is played, not just on draft day, but certainly on game days, and now you're seeing a lot of safeties defending slot receivers, that kind of thing. The linebackers, you want people who can cover, not just rush the passer, that kind of deal. It's interesting to see how the game continues to evolve.
And we just have 1 more quarterback going off of the board here, it would appear. Did I just get duped here? Did I get Sintel'd? Garrett Nussmeier is the one that they're showcasing right now, as he's been waiting for his name to be called and still waiting for his name to be called. I think he's got a possibility to be an absolutely fascinating player. A couple of years ago, again, this is the best part of forecasting drafts, and where I kind of quibbled and slowed then watched it and understood exactly why people were saying it of, well, next year's draft is the good one. Next year's draft is the good one. Wayne, we can always forecast these guys are going to be great. I thought Garrett Nussmeier at one point forecasted to be a first-round pick. Now we're sitting in the middle of round 5 and he hasn't been taken. It is not always linear on the development of some of these guys, but there's now all of a sudden sitting here, Packers have always wanted, we've heard Brian Gutekunst mention it, wanting to take quarterbacks maybe once every other year. And we'll see. There's a couple of other guys still available because that position has not really been touched outside of the first round.
It's amazing. Just last year, mid-September, this was supposed to be the quarterback draft. And, Pete Thamel polled 25 NFL scouts and executives to see how they projected the top quarterbacks. You know who they were? South Carolina's Lenoris Sellers led with 8 votes, followed by LSU's Garrett Nussmeier with 7, Miami's Carson Beck, Oklahoma's John Mateer, Penn State's Drew Aller, Arizona State's Sam Levitt, Texas A&M's Texas's Arch Manning, Texas quarterback.
Wow.
Those are the top picks of these executives that were looking at quarterbacks, and all of them flamed out in one form or another, and a number of them went back to school.
I was going to say, and I think only like 3 of those guys ended up ultimately coming out, a couple of third-round picks, and that's it. Wow.
And no mention of Mendoza, the guy who went number 1.
Not that? One. No.
September.
It's
How about
an
that?
inexact science, right? As we know.
Oh, without a doubt, Armin. Absolute inexact science.
But listen, we are going to try to do those science experiments with all of you still for the next hour and about 20 minutes from right now. We should get one more draft pick in here. It would be advantageous for us to get a trade up from 201 to make sure that it comes before 4 o'clock. But we're with you until 4 o'clock. It's the 2026 NFL draft coverage.
And after 4 o'clock, nothing happens.
Shop's closed. Yeah, nothing happened. They turn off the draft.
Doesn't exist.
Nothing happens anymore. There's no more draft, no more conversation, and all of a sudden you just go and watch Micah Parsons highlights, and that'll work out very, very well for you. The story of the 26th draft. We'll keep telling it. He's the voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee. I'm Billy Schmid, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. You got Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Wrapping up round number 5, and we just get one more quarterback to go, and a fascinating one at that. Wayne Larrivee, the voice of the Green Bay Packers, is right there. I'm Billy Schmid. And Wayne, this southpaw that they're showing right now on the screen is Cole Payton, quarterback from the North Dakota State Bison. And Payton is an athlete. Hard to say he's anything but that. And you could see why NFL teams might have thought Cole Payton would remind them of Sean Payton's former favorite player and favorite weapon. He was the Walter Payton Award finalist, finished 3rd for best overall college football player, 12-1 in his only year starting, but he was the offensive player of the year at the FCS level. He can run all over the place, throw it around a little bit, and he goes to the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 178. And if there's a team that would be interested in a quarterback prospect like him, Philadelphia kind of seems like they would be that team with Jalen Hurts at quarterback.
Cole Payton, North Dakota State, was one of my draft infatuations.
Hard not
really
to be when you
him.
watch him.
I really like him. And I like the color of their uniforms, too. They're green and gold. I like that.
Good. Always looks good.
Always been my favorite colors. But anyway, this kid is 6'2 and a half, 235, only attempted 224 for the run-oriented, 224 passes for the run-oriented Bison. But, they used him, he played like a running back at quarterback or lined up at running back at one point. He's a gadget guy. A left-handed thrower, a little bit of a long motion. You know what I mean? He doesn't have a quick trigger with that left hand, but no question, this guy's got some interesting tools to work with. Hey, I'll tell you what, the Eagles pick him. Howie Roseman picks him. Yeah. All of a sudden you're saying, Howie knows, doesn't he?
Howie Roseman knows we should have had him. If they want him, then we should have had him.
Yeah, we should have had him.
The Howie Roseman seal of approval, which automatically gives him legitimacy. Is that the idea?
That's the idea.
Kind of feels like there's that deal. Yeah, so
you're late to the party. Catch up.
Exactly. Now,
and the other thing, Billy and I have never seen the Baltimore Ravens make a mistake in the draft. Not one time.
Never made an erre in the entire draft history.
Every pick they make makes sense
folks.
and works. It just doesn't make any sense. Now I'm sitting here watching Mel Kiper, and he still can't figure out why Garrett Nussmeier's gone. Garrett Nussmeier was going to be a first-round pick, got a big old opportunity, big cannon, played down in the SEC, had a lot of ball games there with the LSU Tigers, going through into Tuscaloosa, playing Baton Rouge, night games there. That can translate to the NFL level. Here, this Cole Payton guy comes in from the FCS. I don't know where the Bison are playing, but when they're going up at the Coyotes of South Dakota, you're just not going to have that same kind of competitive advantage that you're getting in the SEC. So maybe they're seeing something that I just don't see, but Garrett Nussmeier needs to go. I'm wondering how he's viewing where this that selection is at.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just is hoping this is one of the guys that brings the deep ball back to the NFL, right, Billy?
I'm just sitting here. I watched football for a long time, all right? And I watched great guys like Derek Bradshaw, Len Casper. Are you kidding me? And Kenny Stabler come in here. He throw the football 50 yards down the field. You just don't see the deep ball anymore because of this ridiculous too high coverage. They need to get rid of it. I think they should outlaw this right away in the National Football League so we can start seeing these guys throw the football down the field.
That's a good run, Billy.
There's a note on Garrett Nussmeier that may explain why he's slipping a little bit. Combine documents discovered a cyst on his spine that led to the pain in his oblique. He had some injury issues last year. No long-term risk for a team drafting him. They had surgery to remove the cyst, but nonetheless, you know how these teams are and doctors 100%. And all that other stuff.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Wayne, you're 100%. You're 100% on it. And when one team's medical, we saw that with the Max Crosby situation, right? Like one team's medical team says, yeah, we just don't necessarily think that's worth the risk. We saw that with McCoy all this draft where Brian Gutekunst, I thought very, very eloquently basically said it last night. Yeah, he wasn't a factor because of the medical issues. And I wonder how many different teams do that with a lot of players we don't even think of or talk about.
Took him right off their draft list. I mean, you know, chances are that the Packers wouldn't draft that guy in any round.
In any round.
You know, so, but somebody's going to take a chance on him. And you're right, the medical opinions are different everywhere you go. But I still, going back, you mentioned Max Crosby. I still wonder if the Baltimore Ravens sat there and said, gosh, we gave up a lot to get this guy. We got to pay him. And then, there's this other guy, Trey Hendrickson over there, and he's a little older, but we don't have to give up anything to get him except money.
And we get to keep our 14th overall selection and next year's. Yeah.
And that's where you could, use the medical as an excuse even.
I still think the medical was the excuse.
Oh, 100%. And when you hear the ability to get out of it with cold feet, the tough thing is there's really no rule against it. I heard a lot of people saying, how are they going to get punished? They got to be held accountable, Armin, our favorite tag. They got to be held accountable.
Right.
Well, frankly, sadly, if you find the loophole, there wasn't much accountability that had to be had there. They called it off, and there was somewhat within their right. I also just look at it from the other side of the coin with the Crosby deal. I like what the Raiders have done with almost every pick they've made. And on top of all the free agent signings they had, they're like, sweet, wait, we basically traded for Max Crosby. We got Max Crosby for some picks that we never even had. That's a heck of a coup when you're able to fit him in under that same salary cap.
They're another team like the Patriots a year ago and several other teams recently who have had a lot of money under the cap. The Bears, for a couple of years, they had $60 million under the cap. Those teams, those are resources, folks. You can, if you spend your money right in free agency, you can improve in a hurry. The Raiders might be one of the more improved teams of the league this year.
I got a feeling they're going to be close to it. We're going to talk about the other teams. We've talked a lot about the selections so far for the Green Bay Packers, Brandon Cisse, Chris McClellan, Dennis Sutton, as well as Jagger Burton. We are going to go around the NFC North coming up on the other side. What have the Bears done with a number of selections here in the 2026 NFL Draft? The Detroit Lions came in off a very disappointing year. They only have 2 picks remaining. What have the folks in the Motor City added? And Minnesota, we know that they grabbed Big Citrus. Our man Caleb Banks might have been the stunner of the selection meeting. What do the boys in purple look like after this selection process? The NFC North look around starts up hour number 5. The 3:00 hour will hit into the 6th round. Goody, we act just with a little bit more urgency. We move up one time. We can get that 201 in before 4:00. We're with you until 4:00. He's Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers. I'm Billy Schmid. Go to the Potawatomi Sportsbook. If you're headed to Brewers and Pirates tonight, get on their free shuttle. The Potawatomi Sportsbook, all your information. Must be 21 years old to enter the casino, but get all your information on their shuttles online at paysbig.com, potawatomi.com/sportsbook. We're back after this. It's the 2026 NFL Draft on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin.
off-season event is underway. Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft.
There's always times, I think, in different drafts where maybe you look to move out of some of those picks if you can get next year's picks.
Draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Potawatomi Sportsbook is the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere, with dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall, and more. It's your place to become a legend.
Make every night legendary.
The picks are in, and we're breaking down every pick as it happens.
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina State.
Sylvian Williams.
Barron Sorrell.
Colin Oliver. Warren Brenton.
Micah Robinson.
John Williams, guard from Cincinnati.
So let's get back to it with the guys.
My, oh, my, oh, my.
Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
We continue with you on the 2026 NFL Draft, day number 3, and we are getting some live picks as we reach round number 6 of the 2026 NFL Draft. The Buffalo Bills with the first pick of that 6th round, 181. We just had the first ever player drafted out of the International NFL Academy from London to wrap up the 5th round. A really, really cool story and moment as being drafted to wrap up the 5th round was Sadhu Traore, a tight end from Mississippi State. Now, he walked out and got a big standing ovation and a big celebration. Roger Goodell's hanging out, waiting for it, almost like it's an important thing for the league to see that guys make it from the International NFL Academy. But, Wayne, when you see the growth of the game over time, it's never going to be a quick deal, but it is astounding to see. We're playing 9 games internationally this year. You have multiple All-Pros that were not born inside of the United States. I think of the big tackle for the Philadelphia Eagles in there to start it out with as a former rugby player. He ultimately has become one of the better tackles in football. So we've seen that international flavor. Very important for the NFL to be able to celebrate that, and a cool one at that for a young man who gets an opportunity after coming over and transferring a couple of different places. That's a cool story.
Also, I think the story of day 2, 17 tight ends have been taken in the first 5 rounds of the draft, and an intercollegiate record.
Most in the common draft era. God, that's awesome. That is so true. And crazy, though. I mean, most in the common draft era, and we attribute a decent amount of it to Sean McVay and the LA Rams, just bolstering up as many tight ends as possible. And wonder if that has anything to do with the amount of older players that are still in the draft.
So what's going to happen with all these teams and all these tight ends when McVay decides to go back to maybe 2 receivers and 1 tight end, or 3 receivers and no tight end?
They're going to be playing in the UFL. then the 3 tight end sets are going to be huge for the St. Louis Battlehawks.
The freaking league is going to be filled with tight ends, and none of them will have a job once McVay decides to do something else.
You can only have 4 of them on the roster, I would assume. So yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on that one. Yeah.
Hang on, the flag football league might get going. Maybe there's more opportunities.
Well, that's true.
Hey,
if they can
speaking
sink
of
those
that,
hips, they can play.
Speaking of that, didn't Tom Brady lead a bunch of NFL players into a flag football game and they got their you-know-what kicked?
The different game.
Wasn't that good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of Armin Sarian. You want to talk about the 900 channel on the old hotels? That was Armin Sarian watching Tom Brady's team get roundhoused in flag football.
For once, he couldn't get carried by his teammates and his coaching. I'm sorry. Okay, I had to do that. I had to.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's why you're here, and we cannot be more thankful for it. Can you tell it's day 3 and the final hour? Doug Russell is with us from Lambeau.
We're down to a couple of ribs and 2 donuts. That's what we're down to.
That's what we're down to here.
Folks, excuse us if we're a little off the rails.
I've already had too many of Steve McGargy's cookies that are over.
Are they
in
good?
the
Actually,
kitchenette.
I've never had one.
Oh, Wayne, what are we doing? They are.
We got to get asked.
I've been missing out, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
my
been missing
God.
out.
They are.
Steve, as the AP reporter on the Packers beat, one of the great guys, really nice guy, really good guy, and does a nice job, absolutely great job, and then brings cookies every almost every other time he comes to Lambeau.
The caterers here at Lambeau Field are incredible, as we all know. We've all partaken many times.
Oh, Sarah's meals, pregame meals at Lambeau Field are among the best in the league.
Without a doubt.
Anyway,
but as far as the dessert tray, as good as the one that they whip up for us here with the media, when Steve comes around with his cookies, they are a must indulge.
Wow.
So, yes, I've had probably a couple of those. Maybe too many of those. But
you know what, Draft?
Well, you're still looking good in that blazer, brother.
Thank
Doug, I
Don't
got to
tell
tell
yourself you had too many.
You understand something, Doug? Nobody gets skinny watching the draft and eating cookies.
That's true.
You don't lose weight doing that.
Although I do have to shout out my guy Rob.
Skinny man's game, Doug.
Listen, I got to shout out my guy Rob Reichel. I didn't recognize him because he's lost like 100 pounds.
Oh,
He
really?
looks
Let's go.
phenomenal.
Good for him.
Yeah, I'm like, where he walked into the new palatial studio, which you have said over the years, kind of in a pejorative, mocking way. The studio that we actually have here that you guys will be broadcasting from later on as we get closer to football season is really, really nice. The room that I'm in right now. He walks in, I'm like, where's the rest of you? He looks phenomenal. He looks great.
Incredible.
Awesome.
Let's go.
And the other guy's Anthony Belton. Anthony Belton's lost a full man size.
Has he really?
People say you almost completely unrecognizable.
Yeah, I didn't recognize him when I saw him the other day when I was up there doing a piece for the Packers website. But, and I said, I'm sorry, Anthony, I didn't recognize you. Because he was 366 when they brought him in here last year, and he's down around 330 something. And
lean.
Oh, yeah. And,
Svelte.
I think he's going to have a terrific year.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a terrific player on that offensive line.
And that's another early round draft choice on the offensive line, guys. We've now seen one offensive lineman. Wayne, you were remarking it and us echoing it. Feel like they probably came out of here, would like to come out of here with 2. But now, as we have 3 picks to remain here, difficult to kind of factor it in. And Doug, I wonder what the feeling is up there. We were talking about it throughout the day. Goody mentioned it to you guys last night that he was going to be open to moving. We're still waiting for that movement. I wonder if maybe he gets a little bit of an itchy trigger finger here into the 6th round.
You guys know how Goody operates. I mean, the phone is always in his left hand, just waiting for it to either ring or I have an idea and, maybe we can package this, that, or the other thing and create some depth and maybe take a couple more swings. You know how it gets when you get into the 6th and 7th round. It's about depth. It's about trying to find somebody that nobody else is thinking about. And anything that you can get out of a 6th round pick or a 7th round pick, I mean, are they all important? Sure. Occasionally you'll get somebody who comes in. I mean, Donald Driver is the most famous example of it, of course, who became the Packers all-time leading receiver as a 7th round draft choice. Mark Tauscher, other guys that have been late round draft choices for this team that have come in and surprised everyone because they weren't expected to do much. That's who you're trying to find right now in the 6th and 7th round. It's all about depth. It's all about how smart your scouting room is, because there's going to be a guy at the back of the room who says, I got a guy for what we're looking for right now. And that's how the draft board kind of falls. And maybe this guy we're not thinking about, maybe we should be thinking about this guy, but that's what's kind of going on right now.
Doug, you bring up such a great point because this is the third day of the draft. And these are the rounds 5, 6, 7, where scouting staff separate themselves. Okay. And there are some scouting staffs that are going to get some players here. And the Packers have done it repeatedly over the years. We have talked about this again. I'll mention it again. I don't know if you're getting the same caliber of prospect at this stage of the draft that you did in the past because of the fact that so many kids are staying in school rather than coming out early. But I also know this, you're also going to probably on day 3, late in the draft, be drafting guys who are a little bit older, maybe, than you would have in the past. But it'll be interesting to see. I think it's going to be harder, Doug, to get those gems, but the good staffs, the good scouting staffs will find these players, and the good coaching staffs will make players out of them.
Without a doubt.
We all just lay this either at the hands of the scouts, and when the team loses on the field, it's the coach. But it's a combination of both, man. This is a collaborative effort in these organizations. Yeah, you got to bring in the right players and talented enough players. the coaches have to coach them up.
Yeah.
They're not finished products when they get here, especially at this stage of the draft.
And
everybody's
especially
got to roll.
Yeah, and especially Doug, when your motto is draft and develop. The other tagline in there is not just onto the front office. That's clearly onto how the coaching staff is able to develop you.
And it's been a through line throughout the entire draft. And I know you, Wayne, you brought it up a couple of times, and I know that Brian Gutekunst brought it up when we talked to him earlier in the week about the older players because of NIL. And it's kind of a double-edged sword because, yeah, you might not be getting the upside types of players, but maybe a theory, and I'd like to get both of you guys' thoughts on this aspect of it. You might be getting players that perhaps are a little bit more NFL ready, and you might be getting less unknown quantities when you get some of these guys that are a little bit older.
Doug, I buy into that. More the mental aspect of it than the physical, although I think players that stay in college a little longer do develop physically. I know NFL teams and pro teams in general. I know this is the case in the NBA, and you want to get a player in where you can really mold him. You know what I mean? The older players kind of have established who they are and that type of thing. Whereas I think these pro teams, these pro coaching staffs would rather have somebody that could really mold in their image and to fit what they're doing. But I do agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying and what Brian has said, in that, yes, I do think you get a guy who's a little more NFL ready because he's more mature. And this maturity aspect is huge in terms of being able to fit into a locker room, fit into a team, and become the player you were drafted to be. I think that's something we don't talk about. We focus in on all these things like the 40. How many times did he lift 225 at a bench press? How fast was his short shuttle run? That kind of thing. That's all important. But the final determining factor might very much be, how does this guy fit in? Is he a mature enough player to be able to take the ups and downs? And remember, some of these kids are going to be coached hard for the first time in their athletic lives.
Yeah, and you mentioned Kalen Black earlier, running back from Indiana. Yeah. He would be one of those guys that I think of a lot with the Hoosier players, right? And Aiden Fisher's a guy who's still on the board who I've been intrigued with, inside linebacker. He's probably more of a core special team player in the NFL, but this is a guy that has been with the same staff, developed from JMU, then to Indiana, made the jump, had the trust in the folks that had trust and belief in him to go through, but also, didn't fade or didn't quit when things obviously got hard, and has shown the ability to level up talent. I wonder how much team success shows that, Wayne, right? Of the maturity and understanding how you can build in, because it's great to make a bunch of plays on a defense that gives up, 30 points a game. But if you're getting as many tackles as possible and you're still getting yours, there can be a lot of empty calories in football, and especially on the offensive side, you can look at it. I wonder how much you can see guys that are open to starring in whatever role, especially if that affects what their numbers ultimately are. That team success, you got to get in where you fit in. This is going to be one of the only times for the players that are selected here in the 5th, 6th, 7th round that they're not the best player on their team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's going to be a shock to the system, and those that are able to maturely handle that, Doug, those are the ones that ultimately make the most out of their opportunity.
And again, I don't want to question, college coaching, but we all know now on the college level that you're recruiting your players constantly.
It's
your
just such
own
a different
players.
beast. Yep.
It's a different beast than it used to be. And one of the reasons why Nick Saban's out of the game now, coaching hard. We talked about it in the NBA with Tom Izzo and Hurley over at Connecticut. I mean, they coach hard now.
Yeah.
Most places people can't be coached that hard anymore, but they do. So I think it's a different kind of athlete. And I have seen in the last several years that, the pro coaching staffs maybe have to kick butt a little bit more to get these kids to the next level where they need to be, where they need them to be.
Mm-hmm. Because for the first time in a long time, you don't have the opportunity to leave when it gets hard, right? Because you're not getting bought out of this contract.
Nope.
I mean, I think that's the difference between professional and college coaching. I mean, if it's a college coach, kind of to your point, Wayne, with Nick Saban out of the game now, and Tom Izzo's still coaching, obviously, but how much longer is he going to want to coach? We've talked about Bo Ryan. I don't know that Bo Ryan could coach today's college athlete.
I don't think
great
so.
of a coach as he was.
Yeah.
Naismith Basketball Hall of Famer. It's just the athletes are different nowadays. But yeah, when you've got that professional contract, it's either you live up to your professional contract or you don't get paid to do this any longer because there's nowhere else to go unless you want to go play for peanuts in the UFL. That's why I think a lot of, to echo a point that's been reiterated a number of times over the last 3 days, it's one of the reasons that these kids are staying a little bit longer in college. Yeah. Yes, the pay isn't the same in college for most of them as it will be in the NFL. But, if you're a 5th round pick, you're probably going to get more at either a Wisconsin or, even a smaller college, like a North Dakota State or somewhere like that. You're probably going to get something as opposed to fighting for scraps in the NFL. If you do make it, the payday is, even for practice squad players, you can still make a halfway decent living doing that, but it's also for a finite amount of time.
Finite amount, and it's the end of it. To your point earlier with the quarterbacks, Wayne, maybe that's why some decided not to come out and take that chance in the NFL, because why not have, hey, I can have a soft landing, I can make some money, I can have the, a golden parachute going back to a school and regrouping, right?
And Armin, now there's a gamble to that. I mean, because you're going back in, okay, if you're a quarterback, especially, you got to worry about, okay, who's blocking in front of me, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Am I going to have a good enough year to where I can improve my draft status the following year? That's all. That's the gamble the player takes. But by the same token, you give yourself a chance to grow a little bit more and come into the league maybe a little more ready to play and maybe enhance your draft stature. We'll see. But then there are other players like I've read so many scouting reports in the last 5 weeks where, it was like, well, if this guy came out 2 years ago, he would have been a first-round draft choice for sure. Yeah. Now we're hoping, now he's kind of in the middle rounds, most of it like quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. Well, and we talked about even late in the first round, the guy like Peter Woods, who goes to Kansas City. He was the number 1 high school player in the country. Then he was a consensus top 5 pick when he was after his freshman year. Well, he was a consensus top 10 pick after his sophomore year, ends up at 29 because the tape continued to tell a different story. Again, maybe it's the kick in the pants that you need once you feel like you're no longer just a finished product. You have to reprove yourself. But there's a lot to it. There's a lot of still good players on the board, a lot of interesting ones, great names like Red Murdoch, linebacker from Buffalo. That just sounds like an absolute football player.
Or a full-time broadcaster.
I was going to say, or somebody that was potentially calling games that were not broadcast on television, only on radio.
Something that was a guy that Wayne would have interned under.
Murdoch.
Jeez Louise. What was that about?
No, I'm saying he would have been older than Wayne. I'm not making an age joke here. I'm saying he
how old do you think Wayne is? He's 55. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Exactly. But old Red Murdoch would have been a really old man.
Red Murdoch is 155.
Yeah, Wayne, if you want, I'll take him out for you.
Yeah, right.
877-779-4197.
My guy Armin turning on me, man.
I was going to say, goodness gracious.
We're late in the process here.
Wow. Wheelchair to the head real late after this. We are at pick 188, Packers at 201. So right under the gun. They might be able to get us in one more selection here before we get out of here at 4:00. Fellas, wanted to run through the drafts that the teams inside the NFC North have had. We've mentioned a couple of times what the Chicago Bears have done. Dylan Thieneman, safety out of Oregon, 25th pick in the first round. A big physical safety, a flyer and a burner too at 6 foot, 200 pounds. They lost 3 safeties in free agency. Had to be able to make up for that one as well as the loss of their center, Drew Dahlman, who retired suddenly after the year. They rectified that one by drafting center Logan Jones, 3-year starter from Iowa, who I really, really liked coming out. Sam Rosh, tight end from Stanford. Maybe the stunner of the group was a wide receiver who came in as the 32nd ranked wide receiver, 220 overall, but ran a 4.28 in Xavier Thomas. He was a 3rd round pick, the 25th pick of the 3rd round. Then they went Malik Muhammad, who we talked a lot about at the cornerback spot from Texas, and then Kayshawn Elliott, linebacker from Arizona State. Wayne, first brush out of those 6, which ones jumped off the page to you with the Bears, who a lot of people thought they would go defense, which felt like their problem? Pretty equal opportunity as they split it down the middle, 3-3 on both sides.
Well, I read a stat somewhere where, like, I don't know, 3/4 of the interceptions, they led the league in interceptions last year. and all but about 4 of those interceptions are gone now.
Are gone.
Players who made those picks, and they lost both safeties. That's why Thieneman was the pick. I thought Thieneman would have been perfect for Minnesota, replacing Harrison Smith, but the Bears stepped up and grabbed him ahead of time. I like Logan Jones, accomplished center out of Iowa. I don't think you go wrong with an offensive lineman out of Iowa. Don't know much about Sam Roush. I know you were high on him. Xavier Thomas, the wide receiver, we just mentioned him with the speed.
He's a kick returner, though, isn't he?
I think so.
Right?
And I think that's probably where he'll make his impact early on, Doug. That's a really good point, kick returner. We liked Malik Muhammad, the cornerback, a little over 6 feet, 182, kind of a physical guy. Don't know much about Keyshawn Elliott, the linebacker out of Arizona State, to be
Doug,
honest with you.
What about you when you look here at the Bears draft, as they seemingly did just split it right down the middle, but grab some fun gadgets for Ben Johnson in his second year at the helm?
Yeah, I want to go back to Xavier Thomas for just a second, because he does have that speed, but I wonder if they saw those 3 letters by his name and just got all excited that, LSU. LSU wide receivers have had a lot of success in the NFL. So I'm wondering about that, because like you said, he wasn't ranked very high as a wide receiver, but I think that he could make some hay as a special teamer. So that's the one that really, excuse me, kind of stands out to me. I think Malik Muhammad can really help replace Nahshon Wright for the Bears as well. I think it's a good value pick in the 4th round there. So, but those are the 2 that kind of stand out to me. I'm questioning Logan Jones, but he doesn't seem to be rated very highly as far as a 2nd round draft choice, but I guess we'll find out once he gets to Lake Forest, and we'll see what they can do with him. But I know you love those big hog mollies up front, but he didn't grade out, at least as far as the scouts that I've been paying attention to.
And to also just go right after position of need. That's one where you might see a little bit of a reach, but they said, wait, we wanted to go and fill that hole quickly, and did it right away with that one. Detroit grabs Blake Miller with their 1st round pick. Right tackle from Clemson, clearly a right tackle. They had early on in the process made the determination and outwardly kind of said it that they were planning to move Penei Sewell over to left tackle. So Blake Miller's the pick there at 17. Knew the run on tackles was going to be there around Detroit, because everybody knew Detroit needed an offensive lineman. They also go with edge rusher Derek Moore out of Michigan in the 2nd round. Go with another Michigan linebacker, inside linebacker, Jimmy Rodler in the 4th round. Keith Abney, the 2nd Arizona cornerback, and Kendrick Law, wide receiver out of Kentucky. First brush there, they saw they needed an offensive tackle, went and grabbed it, and everything else after that in the back end felt like they were just going to make.
They filled a couple of needs. They also need pass rush opposite. On their defensive line, they absolutely need somebody up front. Hutchison can only do so much, and the same thing. The Packers need balance opposite of their pass rusher, and so that's where Moore comes into play. I don't know, Doug, if Moore is that guy. I don't know right off the edge, but he was 17% pass rush win rate, which was among the leaders in FBS. So he's got some tools here, and he's an in-state kid from Michigan. So we'll see how it works out for them. But the 17.5% pressure rate is what I'm trying to say. Was 10th best among all qualifying players in FBS.
You got those Big Ten edge rushers. The Packers have the 2 guys from Penn State. Now the Lions have the 2 guys with Moore to be paired alongside Aiden Hutchinson for the Lions as well. So I think that's pretty intriguing.
Lions fans got to be absolutely juiced up to add a couple of Michigan men.
Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Just absolutely loving it right there.
I can't imagine how excited those are. Just absolute rocket fuel for the folks in the Honolulu Blue. We'll check in with the boys in purple on the other side, because they maybe had one of the biggest surprises of the draft, and we need a little bit more room to stretch our legs and discuss that one. And we also have right now, guys, cracking in. This is an important feat. We have a punter, actually 2 punters, cracking into Mel Kiper Jr.'s top 5 best available.
Okay.
That's where we're at in the draft.
And
they're saying punters are the best players available.
I mean, Garrett Nussmeier is still available. So when does risk become opportunity?
All I know is if they take a punter, guy that's going to kick the football away with his foot, get it back to possession before Garrett Nussmeier, I might lose my damn mind. We're here on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin's coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
We return with you. Round 6 of the 2026 NFL Draft is underway, and the Packers are 8 picks away from selecting at 201. It'll be the final pick. Hopefully that we get in with you here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin, voice of the Green Bay Packers. Wayne Larrivee is right there live on YouTube, Facebook, and X. Just search Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin on YouTube to find us. Hit that subscribe button. Be notified every single time we go live, and especially every single morning when we go live on the Huddle, 5 to 8 a.m. We'll be discussing all of these Packers selections coming up on Monday morning live at 5. Doug Russell is with us from Green Bay. Guys, Wayne, we'll start with you. And we talk about the Minnesota Vikings as we look around the NFC North as to what these other teams inside maybe the best division in football did. The big stunner of the weekend in Minnesota happened first at 18 overall when they grabbed Caleb Banks, the potentially injury-prone and continually dinged up with a bad foot, big defensive tackle, 6'6", 327 pounds. But then came back with Jake Gameday, inside linebacker from Cincinnati, who I thought is a interesting prospect, as well as one of our favorites, Dominique Orange, big citrus, offensive tackle. They go corner or safety as well for Miami, Jacoby Thomas, Max Bredesen, the Arrowhead High School, Michigan Wolverine prospect, tight end, H-back guy, and Charles Demings of Stephen F. Austin in the cornerback spot. The worst thing for Minnesota was quarterback play a year ago and being able to stay healthy. I don't know that anything in here jumps too much off the page other than they brought in Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave last year to play defensive tackle, and they ended that experiment after just one year for some salary cap reasons. They definitely had to replenish up front.
Well, and Caleb Banks, if healthy, he can solve their problem up front of the middle of that defense. Problem is he's got a foot. Yeah. And he's how many pounds? 327 pounds on top of that foot. And that's not easy. So they come back in the 3rd round and they get another defensive lineman in our guy, Big Citrus, Dominique Orange out of Iowa State. Again, I wonder how much that's reinforcement or backup or whatever you want to call it.
For sure.
Is that, are they hedging their bets a little bit that Caleb Banks won't be ready to play and maybe not this year?
And it opens up at least a little bit of a security blanket, Doug, in the middle of that defense where the star of their defense is the scheme, right?
Mm-hmm,
Brian
right.
Flores in the attacking style is the star. Otherwise, it doesn't seem like any of the true names and players just jump right off the page.
No, they really don't. I mean, I'm intrigued by Jake Gameday. I think that, this is someone who has spent time as an edge rusher before kind of moving back into more of a traditional linebacker's role. He can move sideline to sideline. We keep bringing up the big citrus, Dominique Orange. I think that he's, a penetrating nose tackle, someone who kind of fits the mold of what Brian Flores needs to do and what they need to shore up in Minnesota. But you're absolutely right. I mean, Brian Flores is one of the most innovative defensive coordinators. I don't know that he was a great head coach when he was with Miami. I don't know that he deserved the ending that he got in Miami, but he's still looked at as one of the premier defensive coordinators in all of football. So the scheme is the star of the show, if you will. But I think that, they've got a couple of players now that can better fit what he's trying to not only teach, but also implement.
And Doug, the other thing that Minnesota did, the big news on that front is they traded defensive end Jonathan Grenard. I believe it was last night, was it not?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They sent him to the Eagles. And again, this is a guy who I thought I know he had injury issues last year, but the year before he was dynamite. He was lights out.
Big time.
In Minnesota.
Big time player.
Will Anderson's going to be getting about $50 million per year down at Houston. Grenard probably gets about half that amount per year. You wonder why the Vikings made that move. Well, they had a lot of salary cap they had to unload, and they're really up against it, according to what Rob Brzezinski, who's now running the draft for the Vikings, at least at the moment. But that was big too, and this is going to be a different look Minnesota defense. I just know by the end of the season last year, I thought that was the dominant defense in they and Seattle, the two dominant defenses in the NFC. And, I really think that it's going to be a little bit different animal this year. But nonetheless, as Doug mentioned, it's the system and it's the coach. And that Brian Flores is absolutely one of the best in the business.
And then they're still one of the best teams. I still think roster-wise, one of the better teams in ball. Mentioned it that their biggest problem was the quarterback play, and Armin Sarian has enjoyed it as much as anybody watching J.J. McCarthy struggle to be the guy that they went up to grab at 11 overall just a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But they seemingly have said, Armin, that like, hey, time for talking and childcare is over. We're moving on. If you're not going to jump onto the train and be able to keep us on the tracks, we're going to roll on the Kyler Murray train.
Yeah, they've had to, because that's been one of the more curious cases, the enigma of the Vikings and their roster, because they have good coaching. They have a really good roster. You've talked about the defense. There's talent there, but they haven't been able to do much with it because of the lack of any sort of production from the quarterback position. And you talked about the cap situation. They're kind of at a crossroads in a weird way. It's a curious case up in Minnesota. They have pieces in place, you would think, to make a run. But then again, they also seem to be on the precipice of having to be a rebuild because of those main positions.
And they had such a good second half of the season last year as well, especially defensively. But the quarterback play, I mean, I think Wayne said it earlier, they might have won the Super Bowl last year if they just would have kept Sam Darnold.
Really, yes.
You know, Sam goes to, and I think what Kyler Murray is going to be is maybe a test of how good of a quarterback whisperer Kevin O'Connell is, because it doesn't seem to have taken yet with J.J. McCarthy. That doesn't mean that it can't, just means that it hasn't yet. But Kyler Murray is more of an established player in the NFL, but he's also a former Heisman Trophy winner, former number 1 overall draft choice, someone who's had a huge contract but never really developed into the superstar type of quarterback that the Arizona Cardinals had envisioned when they drafted him number 1 overall. There have been some questions about makeup, commitment, whether or not he's spending enough time in the playbook. Those questions, I think, in an isolated incident, in an isolated place in Arizona, which is a terribly run organization from top to bottom and always has been, when they go to Minnesota, a much better run organization with mostly solid coaching, although they've had a front office upheaval this year in no small measure because J.J. McCarthy hasn't developed, and, you know, the Sam Darnold debacle did blow up in their face. But this will be a test to see whether or not Kevin O'Connell can get the most out of Kyler Murray, because I still think that there's a lot of talent that has yet to be tapped there.
Yeah, and you know, the thing about Kyler Murray, Doug, and you hinted on it, it's not the play-to-play thing with him. And he is a threat. He can make big plays, and he'll make spectacular throws. But it's down to the stretch at the end of the game when you need a play, when he's got to come up with something to win the game. That's where he falls short. And they have seen that in Arizona. And there's a reason why he was available, because, you know, that's the big factor here. It's an intangible thing. It's not quarterback rating. It's not how many yards he throws for or how fast he can run. It's just that little something. Some guys are winners. Some guys aren't.
Yeah.
And I maintain Kyler Murray may not be a winner.
Yeah, might not be. And to your point, Wayne, like the counting stats can be great. And some of his numbers are rather impressive. He's never been a 4,000-yard passer, but I mean, he's 28 years old and he's thrown for 20,000 yards and 120 touchdowns in the NFL. But he's been to the playoffs, I think, one time, right? And to Doug, your point, it's not only just him, that the team and the organization is a different one, but they were also a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken, 8-0 when the Packers went down there. And when that went haywire that night and the Packers broke their undefeated streak with a banged up MASH unit, right? That was the one without Devontae Adams, where a certain morning show host, if I remember correctly, said they should just cancel the game or forfeit the game. Like sometimes that stuff happens where you have a turning point. I shouldn't say sometimes it happens. Every bleeping year in the NFL, you're going to have multiple turning points where your season's either going to go one way or the complete opposite.
Yeah.
And it does seem like they have had that he has struggled to be able to pull them out of that adversity.
You know, and again, we'll see. And I agree with you, Doug, that, you know, the coaching in Minnesota, you know, O'Connell's a quarterback whisperer. But again, you know, I know we all thought Mike McCarthy could make a quarterback out of you or me. But then what was his name? Huntley?
Yeah.
Remember that guy?
Yeah, that happened.
You know, that happened. He had been in the system for a few years. Aaron Rodgers gets injured, and now you're looking at, wow, this guy really can't play.
Brett Hundley was another one of those guys.
Kaiser thing.
kind of to what you were talking about, Billy, earlier. I mean, Brett Hundley was a lockdown first-round pick, and then he stayed another year at UCLA, and then he became a fifth-round pick in an NFL washout.
Exactly. So, I mean, there's a gamble, especially when you're at that position.
Yep, totally.
If you
100%.
stay in school, it's a big gamble for both the player, that you got to make sure, okay, I've got my veteran offensive line in front of me. I've got skill position people. I can look good.
Mm-hmm.
And one more year looking good, maybe that gets me into the first round instead of the fifth. But if it goes south, you're end up in the fifth.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to be ready for the repercussions. That's where one of the most fascinating stories in college football this year will be Dante Moore, the quarterback at Oregon. He was probably, if he would have come out, he would have been the second pick, right? Like it probably would have been the second pick to the Jets, because I don't think then they would have waited for a Dante Moore or a Arch Manning coming in next year.
What about Arch Manning going back? What if he came out this year? Not that good a year?
Yeah, I still think he would have been middle of the first round just on the tip. But again, he would have then been facing the exact same thing, Wayne, that Ty Simpson was of, did you develop enough? Have you played enough football? And if I'm going to make damn near the same money, if not more, Arch is making a ton of money down there.
He's making a ton of money, but it's finite because you can't stay in college forever. I know these kids want to stay in college forever, but I mean, I think we're getting to the point where now that COVID is well in the rear view mirror, it's going to be 5 and you're done. I mean, you can't have 7, 8, 9 years of eligibility anymore. You can't do that anymore.
But don't you stack as many as you can, then delay the
Not
earnings
necessarily.
of the NFL? I think some are thinking that they can do that.
Some are, but if you can make more money over the long term in the NFL, I think you should come out early. If you're going to be the number 2 overall pick, you're going to be able to extend that earning window longer than if you stay in college.
And then it comes back to betting on yourself and believing what you can do. And
to a certain extent, but
it is, because if you're not good in that rookie contract, then you stopped and you're done earning. I think.
Well, you still get 4 years on that rookie contract.
Sure, but then you can start that clock later. I just think it's a risk both ways that some are managing. That's all.
Yeah, it really is. And it's kind of a crapshoot. And the position that best exemplifies it is quarterback, because we all, that's such an upfront position.
Most important position in sports.
But it's important for running backs and cornerbacks and that type of thing. And it's like a lot of these scouts said, well, I liked him as a sophomore. And then I saw more tape on him as a junior and senior. I didn't like him that much, So that's how it goes. And it's tough, that decision to make. Do I come out? Do I stay in? Can I better myself by staying in? In a lot of cases you can, but in some cases you hurt yourself by staying in college.
For every Chris McClellan, who the Packers ended up grabbing with the 77th pick last night, where Brian Gutekunst and Milt Hendrickson both say just the tape continued to get better. It continued to get better.
The more they saw him, the more they liked him.
The more they saw him, the more they liked him. Sometimes the more you see him, the more the truths and the warts come to the light, and it can be a difficult thing to be able to get over. All right, we are almost over the hump, but we are almost to pick 201. Will the Packers beat the buzzer? Will they beat the 4:00 buzzer here on the Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin 2026 Draft Spectacular? We'll find out, and you will with us coming up right after this.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
And we return one final time for the 2026 NFL Draft coverage here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin with the Green Bay Packers on the clock. Pick 201, and the Packers will be selecting momentarily. The Packers on their X account, guys. Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Packers. Doug Russell's in Green Bay. Armin's here. I'm Billy Schmid. Guys, they immediately put out Packers are on the clock. Let me just run through the quick. This is what the comments wants. As the kids call these days, this is what the chat said. Double up at corners, so no more Nixon, please.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Packers, please go get Garrett Nussmeier. Dylan Everett. Well, my man's been gone for about 3 rounds. And then go green. Okay, so the chat does not know what they want at 201. Hopefully, Brian Gutekunst and company a little bit more convicted in their belief as to who they're going and where they're going to go with here at pick 201. We've been waiting for it for a little while. Got a live shot of Les Snead wearing
what's the deal there?
Colorado Avalanche jersey. I don't think they necessarily want that to be seen as why are we doing that? Aren't they playing Colorado?
I thought so.
Is that the deal? Was that a bet that he had with the Sean McVay folks or whatever?
Sort of bet or something. I don't know what was going on.
Goodness gracious. All right. Well, the Packers are on the clock. They have 3 picks remaining. One more while we are on here, and the Green Bay Packers pick is in, and the 201st selection. The 20th pick in the 6th round for the Green Bay Packers is going to be announced live on stage.
Should I give you guys some here's some
I was going to say, here we go. Let's get a little sound.
I told you briefly, running back.
Nope, never mind. It's not going to be announced on stage. It sure looked like they were leading for it.
Damani Jackson.
Damani Jackson is the pick. Corner from Alabama, an SEC corner, so they stay with their type. It's been SEC or Big Ten, and that is it.
Okay.
90 tackles and 7 PBUs in 28 games at Alabama.
Yeah, here's the thing. He's a bigger corner, press corner, 6'1", 194. That's the dimension the Packers like at cornerback. He can reroute receivers, line of scrimmage, win on 50-50 balls downfield. Not as effective playing off the line and in space, but he can break on the ball, limit production after the catch, intercepted just 2 passes over the course of his career, both in 2024. But Jackson shows the ability to track the ball well, also does a good job of playing through the receiver's hands. So that's the scouting report, the pre-draft analysis on Damani Jackson, 2nd cornerback taken by the Packers. That's one thing Goody said. He'd hit on a couple of corners, and that's what they've done. They've added 2 cornerbacks to the room.
One of the older players that they've taken, they took a 23-year-old now here as well, was from modern day in high school and was a top 5 national recruit coming out of high school. Career trajectory took a little bit of a turn after he rehabbed from that knee injury. Was at USC, then went to Alabama, returned to Tuscaloosa for his senior year to boost his draft stock, but his snaps and production declined from his junior year, why we can see him here late into the middle of the 6th round. But, man, that speed is a real deal. If you're looking at 4.41, that straight line speed ran better at the combine than he did at his pro day, which is a little bit different deal. Generally speaking, that's not the case, but a former high-level track sprinter. So he's got the length, he's got the size, and he's got the speed. Will he have the athleticism and elusiveness to hang with NFL route runners? We will see, but that's more competition. And Doug, that's a lot of size there at the cornerback spot that the Packers have now brought in the last 2 days.
Lateral agility, I think, is going to be the concern when it comes to Damani Jackson. I mean, yes, the straight line speed is important. It's great, but for a cornerback, I mean, you have to be able to cut on a dime, and that's been one of the things that he's struggled with over the course of his college career. He's had some penalty issues as well, and has been targeted on some deep balls as well. So those are some things to look at. That's why you fall into the 6th round. Right. I love the fact that there's some competition there, but there is that size as well. So, I mean, there's an opportunity for him to make the football team. There's an opportunity for him to contribute, but I don't look right now at Damani Jackson as a superstar, but there are very few superstars in the 6th round.
Oh, 100%. And this is also an organization that pushed and had Carrington Valentine starting as a rookie, right? And it was a 7th round draft choice. So not against it, not too afraid of it. Damani Jackson, born in Oceanside, California, in a military family. His father, Randy, served in the military for 22 years. When Damani was a toddler, they relocated to Youngstown, Ohio, where both of his parents are originally from, then went to Pennsylvania, where his dad participated in the ROTC at Penn State, then moved to Hawaii as well, a part of the military background, grew up in a big football family, even said his mom played since she was a tomboy and never has stopped playing football. Again, attended Modern Day High School, very prestigious football powerhouse with the likes of Matt Leinart, Amon-Ra St. Brown, amongst many, many other great high school players that played there. So there's some real pedigree here, Wayne, and that's another one that I like here, a guy that is got tools and has competed everywhere he's gone. It won't shy away from the competition that he's going to see in the NFL as a 6th round pick.
He's gone through some adversity as recently as last year. 15 games, 10 starts. He was benched for ineffectiveness and a need to build consistency midway through the season before regaining the starting role in the SEC championship game. And that's the impressive part of that story.
Yeah.
The kid's, he was down, but he got back up. It's not that you get knocked down. It's what do you do after you get knocked down? Do you get back up? And he seemingly did. So we'll see. I mean, he's got the dimensions you look for right away. I'm sure he looks the part coming off the bus. We'll see now if he can play.
And at worst case, he can be a gunner for you with that kind of speed.
Oh, gosh.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of straight line speed. At worst case, he can be a gunner for you.
Special
Opposite
teams.
Bo Melton, who was is a phenomenal gunner right now for you. And where, hey, let's be honest, Daniel Whalen was one of the best players on the Green Bay Packers last year. And if you can flip the field and still get after quarterbacks, this is a pick that obviously he's an offense or a corner. He's going to help you on defense, hopefully, but could help you in special teams as well, where the Packers desperately need a little bit more assistance.
Yeah, and a good point on special teams. That straight line speed Doug talked about, that's huge on special teams.
So now the Packers have gotten 2 corners. We anticipated potentially 2 offensive linemen. They do have 2 picks left available. Before we get out of here, guys, around the horn, what do we anticipate with the final 2 selections that the Green Bay Packers will have at 236, 255? Wayne, you thinking offensive line? You think they finally take one of these running backs that we've been wondering if they would address, or is that more of a undrafted free agent at this point?
I'm wondering about that, and if it's more of an undrafted free agent. I'm thinking they're going to go with another offensive lineman, Doug. They're not afraid to take an offensive lineman late with the understanding it's going to take this guy a couple of years. They'll develop him, and maybe you get somebody like a Rasheed Walker in the end.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. I think they do need some more depth on the offensive line. You can pick up a running back late. There's still a couple of guys out there that I think can contribute, but maybe that is a position that they address tonight and tomorrow, if you know what I mean, with the street free agents. But yeah, I do believe that at least with one of their last 2 picks, they'll probably wind up with an offensive lineman.
Are we ruling out totally that they're going to go quarterback at all? I'm not, but I don't think it's likely.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Listen, if you've got, in my opinion, if you've got your starting quarterback, is Desmond Ritter still around?
Ritter and McCord would be the other 2 that would be competing for those jobs.
I think they're fine with a backup quarterback. I don't need a flyer in the 7th round for a quarterback when you've got a starting quarterback and you've got a veteran behind him. I don't think I need it.
Luckily, that 7th round flyer that they took the week of the day of cutdown day or day before cutdown day of Malik Willis panned out a couple of years down the road, turns into a 4th rounder, but we'll see. I would anticipate it's a position player, Armin, but I don't think it's completely off the board that it could be a quarterback. They've said that they've wanted to take one every other year for quite some time. It's been a lot of fun, Wayne. It always has been. I can't tell you again how much of a thrill it is for me. I appreciate so much you coming in here. The amount of homework and prep you do for this is next level. Indeed. You take this so seriously, like it's a playoff game, and for 3 days show up better than ever. It's one of the reasons why you're the best of all time, and can't thank you enough for being here.
My pleasure, Billy. Pleasure being with you guys. Really enjoy covering the draft with you guys and the people on this team.
It is a ton of fun, Doug. Tremendous hustle all weekend long. Thank you so much for all the work, and get home safe because listen, we're not hoping that there's any torrential downpours, but it is April here in the state of Wisconsin. We don't know what we're running into.
No doubt. Elite job, you guys. Enjoyed it. Even when I wasn't on with you guys, enjoyed listening to every minute of it.
You're the absolute man. Thanks, Doug. Armin, Doug. Tremendous job here. And also thanks to Hunter Baumgart for the first 2 days and helping us start up here today. It was a phenomenal time. Always is. It's one of our favorite times of the year. So much fun doing the NFL draft with you once again. I'm Billy Schmid, one final time on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin.